Welcome, everyone, to The Wizard of Radical Self-Respect. My name's Jared Mello, and I'm the Shepherd of Black Sheep. Sorry about that earlier. I put the wrong date in there because, for whatever reason, StreamYard gives you the date the next day when you do it too late. So that's what happened. Also, I got caught up with a couple other things here today, too. But today we're going to be going over a Brian Etten video, the new Law and Crime Network video with Chris Stewart, and Tony Bruschi's got a good video too over there. So that should be interesting as well. And where are they? Nope, there is a stream tonight, Buffalo Bill. I just put the wrong date in there before, like a fool. But here I am. Danielle, she's alive and well from the old surgery. Glad you're doing well. You are number one. Absolutely. All the good vibes went her way. Well, I had to take care of a couple things there, Livin. Livin's like earlier. Be early. How are you, Christy? How are you, Tim? Very good, Danielle. I truly do believe in the power of good vibes, that's for sure. Keith, how are you? We're going to go over Brian Etten's video, Long Crime Network's video, Tony Bruschi's video. YouTube wasn't the happiest with me yesterday for talking about you-know-who. They said, no, Jared, we don't like that very much. So they punished me. So we'll see. We'll see what I can do with that topic in the future. But they didn't like how I talked about it yesterday. We'll put it like that. Which one, Buffalo Bill? The one with Dr. Salerno? And by the way, as you all stroll in here, please remember to like the video. Likes are free. Super chats are a great way to get questions answered. Memberships are a great way to support the channel. Super chats are a great way to support the channel too. And I go live every night to talk about true crime, current events, and I use my experience with mental health, addiction, and narcissistic abuse to give my own unique perspective on true crime and current events. And of course, there's a great flock of black sheep here too in the comments. In the live chat, I should say. And I didn't realize this, but the you can look up these live chats too, which is pretty cool. Maureen, how are you? That was interesting. I brought that up because I talked about another case where this 15-year-old kid, he shot his brother and then he killed 3 or more people. And he wrote a note about it and he said, I just hate people. And he said he wasn't abused or traumatized or anything. He just said, I hate people. They're destroying the earth. And so I wanted to kill as many as possible. So I kind of used that as an opportunity to do a nature versus nurture thing where I said, it sounds like this guy was born this way. And of course, a lot of people didn't like that very much. They were like, no, it's got to be environment. It must have been abused. Only people that are abused turn out like that. And I said, I don't think so. I think they can also be abused, but I don't think that's the determining factor. Jolly, how are you tonight? Jolly and Danielle here. OG Black Sheep. We need Ellie and George and Kat. Remember there used to be Old Bear and New Bear? All right. Let's see what Mr. Etten has to say for himself here as people stroll in. I guess we didn't watch this, so we can watch these three.
Hey guys, so I'm outside Nancy Guthrie's house. I was in Mexico today, so I just put that full episode out if you guys want to check it out. Quiet out here, first of all. Look, like, so we have our tent here, but then you can see like all the other media. I don't think there's any other media out here tonight, which is kind of, I mean, they have their tents out here still, but a lot of people, I guess, left for the night. I don't know. I don't want people to stop paying attention to this story because I just want them to find Nancy, obviously, and it makes me nervous when the media starts to leave. But anyway, I was going to tell you there's one new nugget of information I saw tonight. The New York Post is reporting sources in the FBI are hoping that the sheriff will give over the case to the FBI. And which I thought maybe the relationship between the FBI and the sheriff was kind of improving over the last week or so. That was
Oh, that's interesting. So they're hoping that Sheriff Nanos will turn over the case to the FBI. I kind of get a sense that Sheriff Nanos does not want to do that. And I think he's thinking, you can pull it from my cold, dead hands, is kind of what he might be thinking.
my sense. But the New York Post is reporting that the Guthrie family would have to ask for the FBI to take over for it to happen. I'm not sure that's true. I'm not sure they have that power as the victims. I'm going to look into that. But I guess if they urged the sheriff, if the Guthries did, maybe then that could have an impact. I don't know. Based on my interview with the sheriff and everything that I've seen, I don't think he plans to give it up. So yeah. Anyway, I'll talk to you guys later. I'm going to stay out here for a while longer, and I'll keep you guys posted.
So what do you think? Do you think Sheriff Nanos is going to give up the case? Press 1 if you think he's going to turn it over to the FBI. Press 2 if you think, no, he's going to not do that any way he possibly can.
Hey guys, so I'm outside Nancy Guthrie's house. I was in Mexico today, so I just put that full episode out if you guys want to check it out. Quiet out here, first of all. Look, like, so we have our tent here, but then you can see like all the other media. I don't think there's any other media out here tonight, which is kind of, I mean, they have their tents out here still, but a lot of people, I guess, left for the night. I don't know. I don't want people to stop paying attention to this story because I just want them to find Nancy, obviously, and it makes me nervous when the media starts to leave. But anyway, I was going to tell you there's one new nugget of information I saw.
So it looks like the majority of people think that number 2, he's not going to want to give it up. A couple people think he will, but most people think no, he's not going to want to, even if he should.
Tonight, the New York Post is reporting sources in the FBI are, hoping that the sheriff will give over the case to the FBI. And which I thought maybe the relationship between the FBI and the sheriff was kind of improving over the last week or so. That was my sense. But the New York Post is reporting that the Guthrie family would have to ask for the FBI to take over for it to happen. I'm not sure that's true. I'm not sure they have that.
Why would the family be the one in charge of doing that? I don't even think that's a thing, right? Would it be up to the Guthrie family to determine, yes, we want the FBI to be in charge? I don't think the victims' families have that much power over it. But what do you think?
Power. Hey guys, so I crossed. Hey guys, so I'm.
Ugh.
Hey guys, it's Friday morning here in Tucson, outside Nancy Guthrie's house. I wanted to show you, like, there's so many more flowers that have shown up here, which is really nice. A lot of the neighbors have been bringing them by. There's a lot of notes here for Nancy's family. Let Nancy come home. It's never too late to do the right thing. God is watching. Prayers for Nancy. So it's nice to see. They're all yellow. So it's haven't heard anything from the Pima County Sheriff's Office yet today. It was really rainy here and windy this morning. The weather's kind of crazy in Arizona, and now it's like sunny all of a sudden, kind of like Florida. But I'll keep you guys posted with any developments. I got a couple things I'm looking into today. We're working on a big special tomorrow night for News Nation, which is going to be at 8 o'clock Eastern, where we're going to answer a lot of questions, have a lot of experts on, some new reporting. So,
Oh, that's interesting. News Nation special. Go see if that's up already. Or it might just be a TV only thing. We shall see.
Yeah. Oh, I noticed this too. This is new. Someone wrote an open letter to the kidnappers. Feel free to read and return it to this envelope. It's kind of interesting. I'm going to read that later, see what that is. But anyway, I'll keep you guys posted.
All right.
Hey guys, so we just got a an update from the Pima County Sheriff's Office. There wasn't a ton of new information, but I wanted to read it to you guys. They say that detectives and agents continue to actively follow up on leads. Neighbors have submitted surveillance video from the area, and investigators are carefully reviewing the footage. DNA analysis is
That's a big one. So they said neighbors submitted footage, video footage. What could that be? Cars? Them leaving the house? Maybe. Maybe. We don't know.
underway on biological evidence recovered during the investigation. This process can be lengthy, and they're saying there's no additional updates there. In terms of the suspect, and this is kind of interesting, investigators continue seeking information to identify the individual from the doorbell surveillance video. As the sheriff has previously stated, while we are requesting information related to the person seen on video, investigators are not ruling out the possibility that more than one person may be involved, which is something people have been saying to me for a long time. Experts I've been
I totally believe there could be more than one person. Absolutely. Two minimum I would say might have been dealing with this. But that's also very interesting, right? I want to see the other Cam footage from inside the house or wherever else the Nest Cam footage was in Nancy's. But then the footage from these other homes. What did they pick up? That's going to be super interesting to me. But do you think they got a car? A vehicle? I mean, that would be something because then if you have a vehicle, then you can try to find that vehicle, right? That's a big part of how Michael McKee was caught.
talking to, that they think there's more than one person, that the person we saw in the front on the doorbell camera, there may have also been someone on the back side of the house. And it's just interesting that they included that in today's update. Investigators are not ruling out the possibility that more than one person may be involved. So that's the latest. Of course, if you have any information, call 1-800-CALL-FBI. I'm just in my car outside Nancy's house now. So I'll talk to you guys later.
All right. Interesting. That's it. Good news about the footage from the family's homes or from the neighbors' homes. That's good.
Hey guys, thanks so much for checking out my show. Really appreciate it. Appreciate all the support. Please click to subscribe. Really helps me grow the channel. I'm outside Nancy Guthrie's house, of course. It's now day 20. It's Friday. I know I got my days mixed up yesterday, but I think just a little sleep deprivation. I want to get into a couple of things in this episode. Interesting statement from the sheriff's office today about the possibility of more than one suspect, which I'm going to get into. There's more that I want to talk about with the possible Mexico connection. I also just want to show you guys, like, outside of Nancy's house, there are so many more flowers and just sort of like things that have shown up really over just the last couple of days. A lot of the neighbors have been turning out. This one says, Nancy, may this light guide you home. And there's a little light right there. Nancy, please come home. Bring Nancy home. Nobody is holding your mother hostage. And just like, look at all these flowers. Dear Guthrie family, your neighbors stand with you. There's so many out here. We pray for you, Savannah and family.
And you know what? This is pretty cool here that there's so much outpouring of support. I do believe in the vibes, just like the flock of black sheep helped Danielle the other day. I do believe vibes are a thing. Absolutely, I do. So at the very least, I think the Guthrie family would be touched by this. All the people that are thinking about them and like really care about her coming back. I think that's pretty cool.
Prayers for Nancy Guthrie. Let Nancy come home. It's interesting. The neighbors in the beginning, it seemed like were kind of not standoffish, but I think they just were trying to be respectful to the family. And now they seem to be coming out more, talking more, bringing more flowers. This is kind of interesting. I saw this earlier. This says, an open letter to the kidnappers. Feel free to read and return it to this envelope. One of my producers said this was over here, and I actually haven't read it yet, so I don't know what it's going to say. A reminder from a fellow sinner. The depictions in these pictures is happening whether you know it or not. It is also happening whether you like it or not. Do not be the reason Our Lady of Guadalupe weeps. Yes, you are in my rosaries. Our Lady of Guadalupe, pray for us. Kind of interesting. And then there's like...
Yeah, maybe we should look up what the significance of yellow is. Is yellow signifying hope, or is it Nancy's favorite color, or is there some other meaning? Remember during Ozzy Osbourne's funeral, Sharon and Jack, and who else? What's the other daughter's name? Her name escapes me. But they were wearing purple. Like they had purple flowers. Purple was the color of royalty and mysticism. So there was meaning behind the color purple with that. I wonder what the meaning of the color yellow is here.
Some religious photos and interesting. So anyway, there's a lot more sort of showing up out here, almost like sort of a memorial now forming outside Nancy's house. So
Kelly Osbourne's the other sibling, of course. There's also a mystery sibling that wants to stay in the spotlight. Probably someone probably knows her name too. But it's Jack Kelly, Sharon's the mother, of course.
The latest on the investigation I'm going to get into, there was a little update from the sheriff's office, the possibility of more suspects, and that they specifically put that in the release I thought was interesting. And I've got a retired FBI agent who actually specialized in Mexico and worked in Mexico. And I'm really interested to get his take on a couple of things. So all that's coming up in this episode of Brian Ensign Investigates. Hey guys, all right, I want to give you guys the latest updates on the Nancy Guthrie investigation. We get these updates every day from the Pima County Sheriff's Office, and they kind of go through several different bullet points. I'm going to again get to my guest in a second, who's going to help me really dive into what they may not be telling us and what may be happening behind the scenes. And I can assure you, there are things happening behind the scenes, obviously, that we don't know about, because there are literally hundreds of law enforcement officers in Tucson right now. You see them around, and there's a lot of investigating happening. So I'll get to that in a second with my guest, but let me read you their official update for today, for Friday. They say detectives and agents continue to actively follow up on leads. Neighbors have submitted surveillance video from the area, and investigators are carefully reviewing the footage. That's interesting because you remember we saw the detectives at Nancy Guthrie's neighbor's house the other day.
So someone in the comments said that a yellow ribbon is supposed to welcome people home, and there was a song about it in the past. But that would make sense if they're trying to plan for her welcoming home. I mean, what a welcome home that would be, right? If Nancy's found alive and she's home, that would be a humongous thing.
Looking at what appeared to be like a Ring camera floodlight outside, and we've seen them at other houses too. So apparently they are still getting surveillance footage from the area. DNA analysis is underway on biological evidence recovered during the investigation. This process can be lengthy. There is no additional information available at this time. So DNA analysis, we know that there was DNA found inside Nancy Guthrie's house. I've told you guys about this before. That didn't belong to Nancy Guthrie and didn't belong to anyone in her immediate circle. And why they say that could take time is because they're doing investigative genetic genealogy. And you guys have heard me talk about this before. I won't go in depth on it again, but it's what they use to basically crack the Brian Kohberger case. And it takes more time than just traditional DNA comparisons, because they go into genealogy databases. And they try to find distant relatives of a suspect, a third, fourth cousin, and then they can work their way in that way. So that could take time. It took time in the Kohberger case. And just for a little bit of perspective, some people are saying like, oh my gosh, is the Nancy Guthrie case cold? Has it gone cold? It's day 20 right now when I'm making this video. You look at other cases like Kohberger, for example, Brian Kohberger, it was 47 days until Brian Kohberger was arrested. The murders were on November 13th. The arrest was on December 30th. So 47 days. And again, we're only on day 20 right now. Gabby Petito, her remains weren't found for 39 days. So while it feels like things aren't moving and 20 days is forever, you know, sometimes these investigations take a lot of time. So just kind of some perspective there. Back to the update. With suspects, they say investigators continue seeking information to help identify the individual.
And by the way, this Brian Etten video is from less than 20 minutes ago. So this is fresh off the press.
Individual captured on doorbell surveillance video. As the sheriff has previously stated, while we are requesting information related to the person seen on video, and this is the part that I sort of zeroed in on, investigators are not ruling out the possibility that more than one person may be involved, which I thought it was interesting that they put that in their release today. I've heard the sheriff say that before. They're not ruling it out. But the fact they put that line in today not ruling out the possibility that more than one person may be involved. It's a theory that I've heard a lot about. A lot of the law enforcement experts I've interviewed have said there's no way one person was able to pull this off by themselves. Of course, we see the suspect on the Ring camera at the front of the house, but is it possible there was someone behind the house? Is it possible there was a getaway driver?
I think that's all true. I think it could be even three. I mean, there's someone from the back, someone from the front, and a getaway driver. That would not surprise me at all. But I mean, how many people do you think did this? So type 1 in the chat if you think it was 1. I'm going to make it easy for you. Type 2 in the chat if you think it was 2. Type 3 in the chat if you think it was 3. And type 4 if you think it was hired by someone else. How about that?
Parked a couple of blocks away. Could someone have really pulled this off alone? And again, most of the experts I've talked to say no, there's probably someone else involved. And it's just interesting that now the sheriff's office is putting that in black and white. Investigators are not ruling out the possibility that more than one person may be involved. In terms of calls coming in, they say our 911 communication center continues to receive hundreds of calls daily related to the case. We ask that only actionable tips be reported to investigators. Comments or opinions about the investigation should not be directed to 911. So basically, and I've heard this, I mean, they're getting like so many calls in their 911 center. And if you have an opinion about the case or just like a theory, you're kind of just bogging down their phone lines by calling. And so they are saying, please don't do that because they're already overwhelmed with calls right now. So that does make sense.
So there's a lot of mixed reviews on it, right? Some people think 1, some people think 2, some people think 3, some people think hired, some people press 5, which was not an option. But yeah, it goes to show you there's a lot of different opinions on this.
People probably shouldn't be doing that, obviously. No press briefing scheduled right now. Sheriff will not be holding any mail and media availability going into the weekend. So it seems like we're not going to be getting a significant update unless something happens. And that, I mean, just from covering these kinds of stories, nothing quite like this, but when I think back to even Koberger or other big ones, you never know when the big update's going to come. I mean, I didn't know. I got a little bit of a heads up when Brian Koberger was brought into custody, but you know, we never know when that moment's going to come, which is why I'm still here and I'm waiting and kind of always on pins and needles. But barring anything from happening, the sheriff is saying there's not going to be any interviews or press briefings going into the weekend. I'm joined now by Eric Dickerson, a retired FBI agent. Eric, thank you for joining me. I really appreciate it. Thanks for being patient with me. I had to kind of run to get better service. The service outside Nancy's house is not very good.
Have we listened to this guy speak before on the left? Let's listen to his name because I know he only introduces it once.
Press briefings going into the weekend. I'm joined now by Eric Dickerson, a retired FBI agent. Eric, thank you for
Eric Dickerson, a retired FBI agent.
Joining me. I really appreciate it. Thanks for being patient with me. I had to kind of run to get better service. The service outside Nancy's house is not very good. But I wanted to start out by asking you, it's been kind of a slow day with the investigation, at least with what they're telling the media. The most interesting thing, they put out a release a little while ago, the sheriff's office, saying, that they're open to the possibility of there being more than one suspect, which is something that I've thought about before. There's obviously the one person we see on the Ring camera in the front. But what are your thoughts on that? I mean, do you think there could be other people involved?
Well, Brian, in many ways, this doesn't meet your stereotypical kidnapping or hostage taking scenario. And normally, in a normal kidnapping case or abduction case, we usually see more than one subject. There's usually at least one. The nature of a kidnapping or trying to take somebody against their will is difficult as is, but typically you need some.
So his last name, I couldn't understand if it's Dickerson or Dickerson. It was hard to tell.
Somebody to drive the car, and you need some level of support to make that happen.
A lot of people have said, experts, that this was an amateur person based on what you see in the video. The gun doesn't fit the holster and trying to use the grass to cover the camera at first before pulling it. But I was thinking about it today. I mean, we're now on day 20. So even though they appear amateur, I mean, it seems like whoever did this or the people who did this, I mean, they sort of are out, it seems like they're outsmarting law enforcement, at least for now.
Yeah, and it's clear that law enforcement is combing through every piece of evidence. They're looking at forensics. They're looking at digital evidence. They're doing a wide canvassing of of witnesses or neighbors or acquaintances or even family members, and they will look at every part of this. I do agree with you in the sense that to abduct somebody and hold them for 20 days is not an easy feat. So I would be reluctant to call them amateur just by the brief visual that we have on them, on the individual at the door on the Ring camera. I would be really reluctant to say that they're amateur in that sense. Of course, his attire and the way he conducts himself is abnormal, is different, but here we are in day 20 of this investigation, and they're still struggling for additional evidence or clues.
And I reported that
And again, amateur or not, they've eluded capture, and Nancy has not been found for 20 days now. So regardless of what you want to call them, professional, amateur, they've gotten away with it for this long.
were going to gun stores in Tucson with a list of 40 names and 40 photos. And there's new reporting today that they're doing the same thing at some hotels. What does that tell you? I mean, on day 20, should that make us think that they haven't really narrowed it down to a couple of people?
Well, what I can tell simply by the nature of the case and what's been revealed to the public, at least, that doubtful they have contact with the kidnappers or with the abductors. It would be very unusual to be so out front in the media and requesting public assistance when you have some level of connection with the perpetrators. So that tells me that they're still struggling for indicators and clues. You mentioned that they're going to gun stores. It would not be it would be common or it would be normal for them to visit gun stores, sporting outlets, anything that the brief video may have revealed as to clothing, accessories, holster, or any other clue that might direct them to some retail outlet that might sell that.
What about a vehicle? I mean, they still haven't given a vehicle description. There's not a lot of cameras in Nancy's neighborhood. It's really dark at night. But I just think back to some other cases that I've covered, and it seems like once they get a vehicle, it all kind of comes together. How important? I mean,
And again, he's most likely thinking about Dr. Michael McKee. That's a big part of how it came together, right? They saw that vehicle. I think it was a rental car even, but they're able to track it. They said, oh, yes, this vehicle was here before the double murder and then left right after the double murder. Oh, okay. But in this case, there seems to be nothing like that. So I would be curious how they even found that car in the Dr. Michael McKee case, the Tepe double homicide. What picked up on that? Was it a house camera? What was it? I don't remember what the answer to this question is. I mean, we went over it, but I don't remember thinking, oh yeah, how did they even know? How did they find that car?
how important is that, do you think?
It's a critical piece of evidence. And what they're going to do is they're going to do some route analysis and look at possible points of ingress, egress from her house. And they're going to analyze every piece of video footage that they may be able to come across, either from private residences or from business establishments, or even traffic cameras or whatever's available.
What do you make of how close we are to Mexico here? Because you worked in Mexico, right, for the FBI?
Yeah, I led the.
So people are saying that in the Michael McKee case, it was a plate reader that found this car. And I think I heard in this case that wouldn't apply because of the darkness and other things, right? They were saying, yeah, we're not going to be able to. But we'll see. We'll see what the neighbors' cameras have to say for themselves.
The cross-border violence team and we dealt with hundreds of these cases related to that cross-border element. The mere fact that we're close to the border, close enough to the border with this incident, would indicate to me that they should be looking at that collaboration just as a piece of normal investigative procedure. Is there a possibility that they could have driven across the border with the victim? Yes, that is a possibility. In 20 days, they could be clear across the country or in a different country altogether. So as part of their investigation, I would assume that they are looking at that possibility.
I went yesterday. I drove to Nogales. It was just like a little over an hour from where Nancy lives. And I parked and walked in because someone was telling me like you can get in big trouble if you bring your rental car in Mexico. So I was like, let me just park. Walked in. There was no one stopped me. Like, I went through the official little crossing area, but no one asked for my ID. I walked through a metal detector, but the lady didn't look like she was paying attention, really. It was just like you just walked in, basically. That was it. And I was watching the cars, and it looked like the same for most of the cars going into Mexico. Like maybe they were stopping every 5 or 10, but it wasn't like when you come back into the United States where it's like a real check. How is it really? Would it be that easy to kidnap someone and get them into Mexico? Because it seemed like it would be easy.
Well, it depends on a lot of factors. Depends on.
And I'll tell you what, considering that's how easy it was, that's exactly what I would do. That's where I would go, considering it's that easy. Rather than be in America where there's the massive manhunt, no, you go straight to Mexico, right? I mean, the only way you'd get caught is if Nancy says something during the crossing, help, like help. But I'm sure they would say to her, if she's even still alive, if you say a word, we'll do something terrible to you, right?
On the time of day, it depends on whether or not this was an organized crime group that has either collaborated or corrupted officials to be able to transport or go unchecked, essentially. So there's a lot of factors that come into play. But to your point about crossing the border, even towards the U.S., yes, there's documents checks. Going south, not so much. But tens of millions of people cross that border every year along the 2,000-mile stretch of border. So it is not impossible to cross with a victim of a kidnapping. It's happened many times before. But again, it depends on a lot of factors.
What is the collaboration like between the FBI and the Mexican law enforcement, since you were, right in the middle of that when you were working there?
Well, the Mexican officials have a tremendous amount of experience working abductions and kidnappings. My team alone, we worked hundreds of those cases with collaborating with Mexican officials. So they do have their own set of skills, their own set of tools, their own technology that they bring to bear to assist on these cases. Again, what this boils down to is that critical piece of evidence, in my opinion, whether or not that's technical evidence, digital forensics, or perhaps that DNA analysis that they've been talking about, witness information, or as you said, identifying another co-conspirator on this or a vehicle. Any one of those could bring a tremendous amount of information and leads to this case.
Oh, wow. Thank you very much for the super chat. Thank you, Jared, for doing these streams. Enjoy very much. Everyone hit the like button to help Jared. Amen. Wow. I couldn't have said it better myself. So please remember to hit the like button. Likes are free. Subscribe to the channel if you're not already. Super chats like this one from Wow really help the channel. Memberships really help the channel too. If you have any questions, super chats are a great way to get them answered. And I go live every night to talk about true crime, current events. And I use my experience with mental health addiction and narcissistic abuse and other abusive relationships to give my unique perspective on true crime and current events. And there's an awesome flock of black sheep here in the comments as well. The live chat, I should call it. But thank you again, Wow.
Because it was interesting, we had FBI sources who confirmed that they've been in touch with Mexican law enforcement. And then Mexican law enforcement put out their own statement saying, we have no reason to believe that Nancy Guthrie is in Mexico. And the sheriff has also said that here, but he also said, we just don't know. Like, he wasn't saying they don't think she's there. It was just like, we don't know one way or the other. But he also said they have no evidence to say she's there, but they don't know. But I'm just wondering, like, based on when you worked with the Mexicans, is it like a PR thing? Like, are they just going to immediately say, oh, we don't think she's here just because they don't want it, Mexico to look bad, like they're involved?
That's a good question, but I think they're speaking strictly to the facts, right? There is no concrete evidence that she has been taken to Mexico. So if you look at it from that optic, they don't have any credible information that she's in Mexico. That doesn't mean, however, that they're not collaborating with the FBI, looking at the possibility of whatever evidence that she may have ended up in Mexico. They just don't have any credible indications that that is effectively what took place.
But you're saying they're good at investigating kidnappings over there.
Yeah. So if in fact this kidnapping has connections with Mexico, they do have a network of human intelligence. They do have their own technical abilities, and they have investigative prowess. They've done a lot of these cases. So I would suspect that they will partner up with the FBI and look at this case from an international perspective.
Does it have any signs of being cartel related to you?
No. That doesn't mean it.
I agree with that. I don't think cartel related. But just because it's not cartel related doesn't mean there can't be more than one person.
For some reason, it can't be. But what I've seen for organized crime related abductions or kidnappings, this doesn't fit that mold. This is much more, as you said earlier, in a sense, more amateur than what organized crime would bring. Also, just the nature of where the kidnapping happened and how it happened is not doesn't signal me or doesn't indicate organized crime involvement.
Yeah, because I mean, organized crime cartel, like, what would their motive have been?
Yeah,
like taking an 84-year-old woman. I mean, it doesn't do they, and would they have really wanted the attention to be connected to a case like this with a famous person? I mean, don't they kind of want to be more under the radar?
Yeah, you're exactly right. This does not fit the mold. But I'm glad you brought up one point, and that is motive. Aside from the physical and digital evidence, what I'm going to look at as an investigator is motive. That really is a key indicator on how this investigation will unfold.
And again, there's so many mixed reviews on what the motive could be. Revenge, ransom, punishment, something else. We really don't know. I mean, as of now, they've given us no actual evidence or clues as to which one it is. We're just speculating. Some of the ransom notes made us speculate more. But even TMZ, I think, has stopped kind of reporting on ransom notes as far as I know.
Key indicators, motives can be obviously financially related, where they're asking something in exchange, your typical ransom-based kidnapping. It could be ideology. It could be politically motivated. It could be retribution or retaliation. So I would be looking very carefully at the motive factor, because that is really going to direct what tools you're going to use ultimately to investigate this case.
Are you surprised that it's been 20 days and, there's no arrest? Or is that just kind of an outsider perspective? You always say the CSI effect. People watch CSI, you think the episode's going to end in an hour, I mean, with all your experience, so would you have thought this would have been solved sooner?
Not necessarily. We've had protracted kidnaps that have gone on for 6 months or longer. And we've had kidnappings that have been resolved within hours. So there's a lot of factors that we don't know. I would say it's concerning to me, the fact that it's already been 20 days and we haven't had either a credible ransom demand or proof of life. Those two factors, coupled with the fact that it's been 20 days, that raises concern.
Do you question whether it even is a kidnapping? I mean, do you think we have to keep that possibility open?
Yeah, so kidnapping has a couple of factors to it. An abduction is just taking somebody against their will, right? A kidnapping involves an element of quid pro quo or exchange or a demand. We don't have that. So that's why many people are calling this a disappearance or an abduction. To really define it as a kidnapping, we have to have some contact with kidnappers that are demanding something in exchange for the victim.
Do you think there's more going on behind the scenes with the FBI in Mexico than they're letting on?
I would imagine so. On cases like this, there's certain elements that you're going to tell the public and that you're going to make public, and there are elements that you hold those cards very close to your chest. And there are several reasons for that. One is you don't want the perpetrators to know what you know. But two, if you do ever it results in an arrest or a rescue, or there's some singular information that's going to help you eventually prosecute that case. So there's multiple factors, but I have no doubt that there's information that the public doesn't know. That's normal protocol for these type of investigations.
And you mentioned a rescue. I had confirmed, and I don't know if they're still here, that the FBI's hostage rescue team was here at least at one point. I guess the FBI, they would be part of a rescue. I mean, I guess that would be the best outcome for this whole thing, some kind of rescue. It's just interesting the way you said rescue. I hadn't thought about it that way lately.
Yeah, so that is what they train for, 24 hours a day. That is what they live and breathe is hostage rescue. And they're very, very difficult and complex tactical operations to be able to rescue a victim or a hostage from one of these situations. And that's what they do. And I would have no doubt that if there were indicators such as maybe a place or a person that was involved, that the FBI's elite team would be involved in that aspect.
Have you been concerned at all about what you've seen with, the sheriff here? I mean, like there's been disagreement, it sounds like, between the sheriff and the FBI, and there's been...
Good question here by Brian. I'll be very curious what this retired FBI agent has to say about it.
Some people wondering why the FBI doesn't just fully take over the case. What are your thoughts on that front?
So there's a couple of things that we have to keep in mind. First off, there's jurisdictional matters. Both the FBI has jurisdiction as well as the state prosecutors. Now, what gives the FBI jurisdiction? The FBI has jurisdiction whether they have knowledge of a victim crossing or a perpetrator crossing state lines. That gives federal jurisdiction. But what most people don't know is there's also this presumptive jurisdiction. After a victim has disappeared more than 24 hours, it's presumed that they've crossed state lines. And that gives also federal investigators jurisdiction. So it is critically important that information is shared. I'm certain that they may have a type of task force or command operations center set up to deal with all of the leads and compare all the leads with all of the evidence that they've accumulated. I mean, that's a critical part of this case.
When you would work cases, though, where the FBI was assisting or was with another agency or a local agency, I mean, is it better when the FBI just has full control? I mean, does it run more smoothly typically?
Another good question by Brian. Let's see what he says. He didn't really answer the first one as directly, but let's see what he says to this one. Look at his face. He's like, you put me on the spot here, Brian.
Well, it really depends. I mean, that, the collaboration piece, there's this saying, right, that sometimes less is more. And you really want to have the element of control on where you're directing the investigation, so you're not tripping over each other, so you're not potentially contaminating evidence, or so you're not looking at things twice and really reducing the efficiency of the case. I would imagine that in this case, both are working in collaboration, and and trying to bring resolution to the family. That's what I envision.
Is there anything else that stands out?
This guy on the left is former Agent Dickerson. Dickerson, excuse me. It's former Agent Dickerson.
To you? I mean, everybody seems to think this is, I mean, it is. It's a really unique, strange case, right? I mean, is there anything else that stands out to you that you think is important?
Well, what I'm thinking about is, again, is the part that I'm concerned with really is that there's been no communication with kidnappers. There has been, it's already into the 20th day, and we have very little evidence that we've seen. Again, we don't see everything, and I think that would raise some concern to investigators and some sense of urgency. So I would just, I would echo what the FBI and local officials say, that what could break this case is cooperation from the public, whether they've seen or heard of anything that could help. Any small bit of evidence could help break this case.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that someone didn't call yet recognizing the person. I mean, I know he was covered from head to toe, but I just thought someone would have recognized him by now, or recognized the backpacker. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and it's pretty brazen to walk into a residential neighborhood with a ski mask on, and basically your gun exposed, and knock at someone's door, and then from what we can see, probably a struggle ensued, and then you have to figure out how to remove that victim against their will to a vehicle that's waiting. So I agree with you. I'm surprised as well that somebody hasn't come forward with having seen something out of place, something suspicious.
Well, I appreciate your time, Eric. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Appreciate Eric for taking the time to talk with me, and appreciate all of you guys for watching. Some people are asking.
That's a confusing part. His name. There's a former football player named Eric Dickerson. That is Eric Dickerson, former FBI agent.
Like, how long are you going to stay there? I mean, I'm not leaving anytime soon. That's just not the way I operate. When I get really into a story or a case, I just stay. And when everyone else leaves, I usually stay. So I don't have any plans to leave right now. Obviously, at some point. I mean, if this really does go unsolved for a long time, I gotta go home at some point. But right now, I don't want to leave and then risk something happening and not being here. And I still think there's a lot of work to be done on the ground with reporting. And I find when like all the other reporters will start to leave, like that's sometimes when I get the most interesting stuff. So I don't plan on going anywhere, but I'll keep you guys posted. I'll probably do some episodes on the weekend, see what I can dig up. And I really appreciate you guys for following my channel. I can't say it enough. It's just, means so much to me. And that's it. So I'll talk to you guys later.
So interesting. More than one person. And someone else in the chat said that they're bringing in a new set of eyes to see if there's anything else people might have missed. I think that's smart, because once people have been on the case for a little bit, you can start, it's not to get stale, but you can overlook things. And it's good to have a new brain and a new set of eyes to maybe see things that the people that have already been there might have missed. I think that's a smart way to go. Couldn't hurt, put it that way. Could not hurt one bit. And this video is interesting.
How close are investigators?
This video is interesting because I like the analysis the guy gives on the blood spatter on Nancy's front step. I'd be curious what you all think of this too.
To cracking the case of Nancy Guthrie. It feels like we're hearing less and less from law enforcement as tens of thousands of tips from the public come in. And what we're left with are the clues, the ones at least that we know about, like the masked man on the front steps of her home, the DNA allegedly found inside the house that doesn't belong to her family, or...
My opinion on Sheriff Nanos is two things. One, he should not have opened the crime scene so soon. To me, that has been his biggest blunder. And then the second biggest thing is just overall as a person, I think he's a little narcissistic and has a bit of an ego. What former undersheriff Rick Hastiger had to say and the other former deputy had to say pointed in that direction. So it sounds like he might not always do what's best for the case. Sometimes it sounds like he might be doing things that are good for his ego and for attention and for his image. And I think that can get in the way of some of this stuff too. And overall, I just don't think they've had a clear press strategy. It's kind of like he's been all over the place, back and forth, back and forth. Now, granted, a press strategy is not the same as the actual case, right? As Jennifer Koffendorfer said, we might not know 90% of what they know. That can't be forgotten, which means we only know 10%. But to me, the biggest blunder is opening up that crime scene so soon. The narcissistic / ego stuff, I don't know how much that is impacting things, but I don't think the opening of the crime scene was good. That's for sure.
People who she was close to. And then you have the blood that investigators say belongs to Nancy that was found on the front steps of her home. What we're learning potentially about that blood that the untrained eye may miss. We're on The Case, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart. Hey guys, thanks so much for following this case with us. We're able to bring you this story because of our incredible partner, Morgan & Morgan. There's a reason why On The Case is one of the top true crime. Now be looking in the case of Nancy Guthrie. Apparently, law enforcement is not taking as hard a look just about an hour and a half south.
So this is Law and Crime Network, and this is Chris Stewart. I really like Chris Stewart. He hasn't led me astray at all, so I appreciate him.
Of where Nancy Guthrie lives in Tucson, Arizona, over the border in Mexico. I want to show you a statement that was put out today by the lead prosecutor's office in the Mexican state of Sonora, which is just over the border from Arizona. So here's the statement. In relation to publications indicating that the FBI would have requested support from Mexican authorities for the search for Nancy Guthrie, as well as versions suggesting a possible presence in Mexico, the Attorney General's office of the state of Sonora reports, to date, this institution has not received any formal request for collaboration, assistance, or exchange of information from U.S. authorities or Mexican federal agencies in relation to said case. Now, FBI sources told CBS News that they had been in touch with the Mexican authorities. Fox News is reporting that the Mexican embassy spokesperson said there's no evidence that Nancy was taken into their country. Now, it appears a lot of this case at this point hinges on a DNA sample that was collected from inside Nancy Guthrie's home.
Yes, and that's a big part of it, right? And granted, CODIS might have came up with nothing, but they're doing the genealogy test next. But again, that could be anyone. It could be a delivery driver. It could be a pizza delivery man. It could be a friend. We don't know. And we don't even know what kind of DNA it was. People were speculating it might be touch DNA, but they don't know. They haven't told us. Or they probably know. They just haven't told us.
We know that the DNA, whatever type of sample it is, they haven't been clear about that, but we know it doesn't belong to Nancy. It doesn't belong to her family members, and law enforcement says it doesn't belong to those close to her. But they haven't been specific on that last part and who it rules out. Now, it is unclear if that DNA belongs to the masked person who we see on camera on Nancy Guthrie's front steps around the time she was taken on February 1st. We know that the sample didn't hit in CODIS, and now we're waiting to see if advanced measures like genetic genealogy can crack this case. We'll have more on that with death investigator Joseph Scott Morgan in just a moment. Now, in our conversation, I asked Joseph about that blood that was found on Nancy Guthrie's front steps. The sheriff says that blood, it matches Nancy Guthrie. And I asked Joseph, as someone who had worked in a coroner's office for such a long time, what stands out to him when he sees that those of us on the outside may not understand? Now, this is the video of that blood, which was shot by News Nation's Brian Enton early on in this investigation after the sheriff's office released the scene of Nancy's house. Now, remember, that has been criticized as releasing the scene too soon.
I knew the first time I saw it, and tip the cap to my friend Brian Enton, because I think he's the one.
This is very interesting what this guy's about to say about this. But before he says it, please remember to like the video. Likes are free. Subscribe to the channel if you're not already. And I go live every night to talk about true crime and current events. And I use my experience with mental health, addiction, and narcissistic abuse, and other kinds of abusers and predators to give my unique perspective on true crime and current events. Also, there's a great flock of black sheep in the live chat here. Very supportive community, and they're a great part of the channel here. Great community here.
One that did the videography on this.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. And again, how in the hell does Brian Enton have access to this? And I'm not saying that slamming him, because he's a journalist. He's doing his job. Why would anybody have access to this? Oh, yeah, I forgot. You took the tape down.
It was wide open. Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Going
Just
in.
let everybody, let that seep down into your groundwater just for a second. Okay. Brian's doing his job. Okay. And there's been people that have cast aspersions, what was he doing there? I'll tell you what he's doing his job. He's being a journalist. All right. So, they've taken the tape down. And so when he snapped these, I mean, it's not like he sent them to me or any, they were posted, as part of his story.
Mm-hmm.
And when I saw the freeze frames on this, I'm thinking this is expert. And what I mean by that is that if you have these larger droplets, and I don't believe what I'm saying, just go look for your own personal edification. You have these larger droplets. They're about the size of, maybe some are about the size of a dime, maybe a nickel. Okay. That's indicative of free falling blood droplets. That's gravitational fall. Okay.
Very interesting. Gravitational fall blood droplets. Dexter Morgan would be proud of this blood analysis. Dexter from Dexter, of course.
Okay, so you've got, just imagine, if you will, you're at home and you get a spontaneous bloody nose, right? And many people have had these. I know I have. And you're standing at the sink and you just look down, or you do this, you run to the bathroom, you look in your sink, and there it is, right? And there are these big depositional droplets. You don't have any kind of projection that's going on with that. Okay. It's just, they're falling. All right. So you see those, but intermittently, okay, between those droplets, you have what appears to be fine drops, which is indicative of expirate.
Now, as we were talking about that blood, Joseph brought up a case that many people remember, and certainly people in Arizona remember, the case of Jodi Arias. Obviously a very different case and situation than the one that we're talking about in regards to Nancy Guthrie. This is why he said that blood reminded him of that case. Jodi Arias stabbed her ex-boyfriend, Travis Alexander, dozens of times.
Look at her. That face looked like it's up to no good, right? Now, granted, we know her future. We know what she's done. But that look has a covert antagonism and covert something's not quite right written all over it. But can you see it? Or is it just the wizard's superpower?
And she shot him in the forehead in 2008 inside a home in Mesa, Arizona. Alexander was taking a shower at the time. Jodi Arias is serving the rest of her life in prison for what she did to Travis Alexander. But in a very different case involving Nancy Guthrie, this is why the video of the blood on her front steps reminded Joseph of the Arias case.
I mentioned this name to you. If you think about the Travis Alexander case, which we know Jodi Arias was responsible for killing him, go back and look at the bathroom images from him after he is stabbed. I've always felt like he'd walked over to the sink, put his hands on the sink, and was staring in the mirror. Okay. And you can see the free falling blood there, but then you see expirate. And what that means is that he's coughing up blood, or it is in the nasopharynx area. So you've got projection of air, like this, that's coming out. It's the same thing. I'm not saying that she's injured in that manner. What I'm saying is, even if you get punched in the nose, you get struck in the mouth, you're going to have blood indwelling those areas, and you're going to cough. So if you see the tiny droplets, I think that's expirated blood. Aspirated means we go, like this. Expirated is like this. And then you've got the free falling associated droplets that are there. And it kind of paints that picture.
Free falling. Dare I make a free falling Tom Petty joke, Kat?
And it's focalized in there. I think my big question is, because we still, at least I don't, maybe I'm sure, you've got great listeners out there that are really tuned in. I want to know what else was deposited within the structure of the home. Did this maybe occur as a result of her coming to the door or being removed from the house? All right, that dynamic there, because that's two separate, actions that are going on there. I think that'll be very important to explore.
Again, very different case. I can't be more clear about that, but
yeah, please remember to like the video while you're here. Likes are free. Super chats were a great way to support the channel, and subscribe to the channel if you're not already.
I think in talking about the evidence, it is important to help us understand what someone like Joseph sees compared to what those of us on the outside, the untrained eye, what we may miss when we see little pieces of video like this. Obviously, everyone is still hoping and praying that Nancy Guthrie is alive. Now, since the images of the masked man on the front steps of Nancy Guthrie's home went public, there have been tens of thousands of tips being called in to the Pima County Sheriff's Department. Now, the help of the public, it's great. And law enforcement has continued to call on the public to give them a call, as well as the FBI, who just yesterday put out a request for more people to call the numbers and go to tips.fbi.gov. 1-800-CALL-FBI is the number if you know information. At the same time, with so many tips coming in, many of them can be a waste of time. And I'm not talking about the ones that are tips that just don't pan out, but according to authorities in Arizona, when someone calls in with maybe a theory of the case or just their opinion of the case, that is starting to be a problem. Now, here is what the 911 dispatch manager,
and I could totally see this being the case because they're probably getting thousands of calls and tips and, oh, this person looks suspicious. This backpack looked like the person in the video. I saw this person had gloves on that looked like the person in the video. And the more people that do that, the harder it can be to sift through it all. So I can see that being a problem.
In Pima County, told KOLD-TV. She goes on to say, quote, people think the suspect is right-handed or left-handed, or whether it's a man or it's a woman. There are plenty of people calling in about the same thoughts or theories. So those are typically the type of things that we don't want to hear about, end quote. The 911 dispatch manager's name, Cecilia Ochoa, is asking the public to ask themselves a few questions before they pick up the phone to call. And what they are asking for is if people truly believe they have information about who took Nancy Guthrie or where Nancy Guthrie may be, that is when you call those numbers that have been put out to the public. In the most recent update from the Pima County Sheriff, they said, quote, lab analysis continues on biological evidence, DNA, found at Nancy Guthrie's residence. To be clear, this is not new or different evidence from what was already recovered from the property. No further information will be released at this time. We are heading into the weekend, keeping an eye out for if more people will be detained in connection to this case. The sheriff said that we can expect that type of activity as the investigation goes on. There have been a couple people, roughly 2 to 3, who have been detained thus far in this case in question as search warrants have been executed, but no one has been arrested. You might remember the man detained a week ago during an operation that included a raid on a house about 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's home, and then a traffic stop on a Range Rover by a Culver's restaurant not far away. That man hired a lawyer. He lives at that house reportedly with his 77-year-old mom. And through his lawyer, he said he knows nothing about Nancy Guthrie or where she may have gone.
And that's the old person that the initials are LD. That's who that person is.
It's important to note that law enforcement have not cleared him as a suspect in this case, as they have members of the Guthrie family and their spouses. And the members of law enforcement go on to say that they continue to process evidence from that raid and what they were able to obtain from the home. And
I mean, that's interesting. So they haven't cleared that person. They haven't cleared LD. So keep that in mind.
The traffic stop through a federal court order Join us now to talk more about this case and what could come next is Professor of Applied Forensics at Jacksonville State University and the host of Body Bags with Joseph Scott Morgan, which is now on YouTube. Joseph Scott Morgan, always great to have you here on Law and Crime, and a great person to talk to, because I feel like yesterday was the quietest this case has been since it started. And it just seems like it could mean a couple things. It could mean that they're getting close, or it could mean that they're in trouble. And that's why it's great to talk to you about some of the science that we're hearing about. But just in terms of the vibes at this point now, I think 18, 19 days after Nancy Guthrie was taken, what do you believe the status of this investigation is?
Don't watch the locals, watch the feds. That's what I'd say. The feds work in their own bubble. And as you can see, they don't run their mouths. I try to stay away from as much bombast as I can.
That's good suggestion there by him. Watch the feds, not the locals. I think that's a good suggestion. And he's saying this because I guess he's implying the feds act with more decisiveness and it means more. That's what I'm guessing he means.
And you keep your eye on the feds and what they're doing. And what they have in their possession, because their resources stretch out so much further than any local sheriff's department could. And we might not hear anything for a while. And right you are, Chris, about this being quiet.
Yes, it is quiet, isn't it? Tim, thank you so much for the super sticker. You are awesome, my friend. Super stickers are a great way to support the channel. Likes are free also, but super stickers and super chats are better than likes even.
Because sometimes you need to knock down the static a little bit, I think. And Lord knows there has been a ton of it here, probably in all of my years. I've got to tell you, and I'm talking about even comparing this to Idaho and Gabby Petito, those benchmark cases that we all know of. I don't remember a tempo like this. I really don't. And of course, it all centers around, who Mrs. Guthrie's daughter is to a great degree, because we have missing persons cases all the time that I cover, and none of them get the legs that this thing has gotten. So everybody is watching. A lot of resources are being poured in, not just from law enforcement, but from the media as well, because it's captured the imagination.
It really has. And it's an interesting scene too, because you have so much media attention and media of all different kinds, and we're able to watch, we have this play-by-play, or we did, when they were regularly going to Nancy Guthrie's home, or maybe her daughter's home where she was before she came back. And we kind of get like, a couple investigators showing up here, the FBI is canvassing this area here. And, I think that we probably only know about 5% of what actually may be going on, maybe a little bit more than that, but there's probably a lot that we don't know. Yeah. There's a lot of talk, and I'm fascinated by it, genetic genealogy and the way it's cracked some of these big cases. And I know people know Brian Kohberger, people know about the Golden State Killer. And for me, I find it just, can you walk us through like how this, as someone who, I was terrible at biology, that's why I didn't go into the field that you did, and I'm on this side. But how does it work? I mean, how does this get to the point where like you can actually figure out through a family tree of whose DNA this may be that they have inside this home?
I don't know. Reflectively, I think back to where I was as a young investigator. I could not even begin to fathom the depths here, or plumb the depths rather, of the technology we have now compared to what we had. And I look at my friends, and I count them as friends, David Middleman and Kristen Middleman at Othram Labs. And because I've borne witness to what they've done, I know them personally, and it would take a mind like David Middleman to be able.
This guy looks like, you ever seen Independence Day? The guy that's the scientist in the lab who eventually gets killed by the alien. This guy looks like him, as if that guy was cleaned up a little bit and aged about 10 to 20 years. It would be him. John Scott Morgan, that's this guy's name.
Able to do this, and it almost seems like Conjuring, doesn't it? Like you're literally taking something and creating, you're breathing life into this. So with investigative genetic genealogy, or however it's termed in many ways. What you're looking at here is absolutely taking a sample, a real sample, and building out a genetic profile. Okay, that's the biology side of the house. So you've got a genetic profile that's got multiple markers. I think his requirements, he needs like 24. So these markers along the strand that you're looking at that make this person who they are. And if we could back up just a little bit, there is kind of this area you enter into with DNA that kind of, you're there before you get to forensic genetic genealogy. You think about phenotyping. There's been a lot that's been made of that. And phenotyping is, they've so fine-tuned the science here that you can take this profile, and it'll give you a snapshot of hair color, eye color, height, weight, all of these particulars, geomarkers relative to probably where this person originated from. Just dig your teeth into that for a second. And so let's just say you have an unknown individual. If they were to do phenotyping, they can get that grouping together and say, okay, here's the profile. This is probably what they look like, all right, genetically. And if you don't get hits with that, then you take it, you move it on further down the line after you've got the profile. And if you go to Othram, out in the Woodlands, Texas, just north of Houston, they've got this space age campus there. Things incredible. I always called David Middleman like the Elon Musk of DNA.
Yeah.
Kind of how his brain works. He's amazing. Not only do they have biologists, they've got an entire side of the house that are genealogists. So they're going to turn this profile over, and they're going to be able to look at the connectivity with anybody that has deposited their DNA to any of these databases that are out there. Now, we have to...
Now remember, not the top 3 of them, though. Not 23andMe or Ancestry or whatever the other one is. So the top 3 do not cooperate with law enforcement, but the other ones do. And even the other ones that do, they have to opt in, apparently. But also remember to please like the video if you haven't already. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And I go live every night to talk about true crime, current events, and I use my experience with mental health, addiction, abusers, and narcissistic abuse to give my own unique perspective on those things. And there's a great flock of black sheep here in the comments, in the live chat, very supportive group. We'd be happy to have you.
We have to say that this is not going to be the 23andMe crowd, okay? We're talking about open source genealogy or open source DNA familial trees here that they have the ability to go into. I know people say, well, gee whiz, that's kind of self-limiting. No, it's not. It's not limiting. Just because you don't have the 23andMe crowd, it'd be great to have that. But because you're working in this kind of exponential space, and it is exponential when you begin to kind of build this thing out, you have that data where you can literally, whoever commits or is associated with an event, let me frame it that way, you might get connectivity where you've got individuals that might be a 6th, 7th, an 8th cousin. And then you pull it back into focus genealogically. You pair that with the biology, with this profile you've created biologically, and it's incredibly powerful tool. Just give me a little latitude here to kind of frame this. I talked about how early on in my career, one of the things we worked with a lot.
So again, I think one thing to go over also is, I don't know if this happened intentionally to distract from other things. Like, I don't know if that's how far it goes. I wouldn't completely rule it out. But what I do think is there are certainly some people in government that are not complaining that so many people are focusing on this. So they're kind of maybe using it in that way once it's already happened. But are they actually behind it? That I don't know. But I do think they're happy people are focusing on it for sure. And they'll be disappointed, I think, when this case goes cold, if it doesn't get solved by then.
If we found like blood sample at a scene, would be blood typing. and blood typing is very important. They use it in blood banking. If somebody, you have to have the blood type that's going to match up. Well, the rarest blood type in the world, and this number varies a lot. The rarest blood type in the world is AB neg. Okay. So that occurs like at, these numbers vary, but that occurs at like 1 in 169. Okay. Think about the Koberger case.
Yeah.
1 in 3 octillion.
Wow.
Does that frame it? I mean,
It sure does.
that's what you're talking about. You're at light speed now. And this technology is only getting finer and finer along the way. Now, I will say this, and this caveat relative to Koberger, I hate even saying his name, but it's like acid in my mouth.
Sure.
There's always been the talk around the campfire, if you will, about the FBI went into closed, this kind of closed loop databases.
Mhm.
Somebody like a 23andMe and pull that out. I can't verify that. I know there were internal, memorandum that, you're not supposed to do this. It was alleged that it's been done. But even with that, I think that you look at like, I know I'm going to pronounce her name wrong, Rachel Morn case, for instance. They got involved with that. I'm talking about Othram. And this guy's a El Salvadorian national. And they were able to nail him. Okay.
I know, and that was the story in particular that stood out to me, like this one, because it wasn't, he's someone who had no record in the United States. So
Right.
It wasn't, he was wanted for a murder in El Salvador. He enters the United States, doesn't come up in CODIS because he's never been arrested in the US. And then they're still able, with this technology, to find him in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And this was a murder that happened in Maryland.
So again, I mean, they're trying to give you some hope here, right? Well, just because there's no CODIS matches doesn't mean all hope is lost.
Yeah, right you are, Chris. I mean, and it's a bit terrifying, particularly for those of us that really, kind of wrap ourselves in our own personal privacy like a warm blanket.
Yeah.
But, if your data is in one of these banks that is out there, the potential exists, relative to creating a profile that can nail you. We have the evidence, obviously, probably the most famous is the Golden State Killer case that had gone on for years and years and years. You look at what Othram has done now, and they are involved. Obviously, you hear about all of these homicide cases that they have a hand in, but their big claim to fame is trying to clear out the NamUs list, which is this database. It's over 30 and it's something that's really close to my heart. Is having worked in the coroner's office in medical, I see all of the unidentified bodies over the course of my career, and there are many that I had to bury that were unidentified. And so, I can't say enough about David. I think he might be the world's foremost altruist, because his goal is to try to get all of these names cleared off the NamUs list, and they've already got hundreds of them knocked out. That's how powerful a tool this is. People that have long since been dead, I use the term conjuring to kind of bringing them to life from maybe all you have is bone, for instance, and you go in there and they can pull out degraded DNA, do a profile on that individual, and then look at the descendants. A case I covered recently on body bags was amazing to me. A lady had fallen down a well in just after World War I in Canada, and they found her remains. They had held on to them for decades, and suddenly one of her descendants, I think it was like a great granddaughter, got a knock at her door and said, "Do you have a distant relative, like a grandmother that has been missing?" She's like, "Yeah." It turns out it was her grandmother. They got this lady identified. So, when you begin to think about all of these remains that are out there that are old, so that brings us to modern, right? So if we got fresh DNA now, it's not necessarily degraded, right? It's not like it's been languishing up on some shelf in some medical examiner's office or in a museum or buried in a tomb somewhere. We're talking about fresh sample now. All right. So
So as I've said about the DNA, I hold a little bit of hope about it that it might turn into something. But that being said, it definitely doesn't mean that it's going to be the actual suspect. There could be any number of people's DNA it was, especially since the freaking crime scene was opened up so soon. They don't freaking know. Like, unless they got that DNA only that day, we don't know what it was. So it's better than nothing, but I'm certainly not saying it's a sure thing in any way.
you talk about putting a pedal down with something, they have the ability to do it. And when it comes to the Guthrie case, that's why, many of us, have been sitting around very frustrated over this when you're trying to get an identity of an unknown perpetrator. And this isn't your first choice. This is not your first choice. You're going to send it to Florida.
Right. Well, that was a question I had, because it's like, how does that work with, like, and we don't know what this DNA is from, how much of a sample, if it was a large pool, I'm not saying it was, but like if it was a large pool of blood and you have this massive amount, is it all digitized? Like, can you send the same sample to Florida that now you're sending to this genetic genealogy lab? Like, how does that work with like not using too much of it?
I'm glad you said that. I've been talking about this for a bit because we've had cases like this. Even if you go back to the Jean Bonnet case, how many people have touched this thing along the way? How many people have maybe cross-contaminated? If you've got sample that has been utilized at some point in time, are you burning through your sample? So the way I think that it probably occurred was it goes to the Florida lab. They generate a profile, and digitally this is sent to CODIS, and then that map that we create with genetics, that mapping of your molecular code is sent to them, and they'll cross reference it in their database. So I think that could probably be done. It all depends on what standard the lab is. For all I know, the FBI people said, no, we need our own sample here. And of course, they were superseded by the choice of the sheriff in this case. Well, we work with this lab down in Florida. We have a relationship with them. We're not going to go to the FBI lab. The tragedy with this, I think, is that Othram has closely worked with the FBI. They're one of the go-tos, because the FBI doesn't possess the same technology as Othram does relative to investigative genetic genealogy. And so one of their partners is Othram. So it's kind of a one-stop shop, you know what I'm saying? And so if you go through them and they say, okay, we've ticked that box, now we're going to tick this box. And the other thing is maintaining chain of custody as well. How many hands is it passing through? The longer the chain, the higher the risk is of problems arising relative to accountability.
So the interesting thing about that is Jennifer Koffendorfer didn't think that was the case. She thought it was fine to send it to Florida and send things to the same place, even if it meant another step sending it to the CODIS database. Even Maureen, I don't think, really had a problem with it. But I guess it goes to show you there's different opinions on where they sent this stuff, right? It's not going to be unanimous. It's similar to how in the psychology space, it's not unanimous between the nature versus nurture debate. Some people believe it's more nature, genetic. Some people believe, no, much more environmental. It just depends.
When it comes to, like, in some of these cases we've heard where, they identified, it was a distant third or fourth removed cousin, and the DNA, that's the person that came up, and then they're able to track down the person who was actually involved. Like, how strong is this in court? Like, if they, in the Nancy Guthrie case, let's just say, and we don't know how this is going to end, but like they find someone through, hey, it was his fifth cousin who lives somewhere else. Like, what happens next? Like, okay, we have this person. Like, do you need the sample from that particular person, or can you go and make an arrest and press charges and then go and prosecute someone with having DNA that is, from a distant relative of that person?
No, that's not wise. Yeah, because we've got these, the discarded trash pulls. where
Right.
people will toss something away. You see that, and it's not necessarily the same thing, but you see that like with the Heuermann case that I think has been slated to go to trial now. Wow.
Yeah.
This was the pizza box, right? That everybody's talked about for so long with this. Well, that's discarded, right? So you would have to get, what they would do is they have to go back and get confirmatory sample. Okay. And what the IgG does is it points you in a particular direction. And it's like any other investigation. Once you begin to kind of unspool this, it points you in a specific direction. That way the investigators know where to target. Then they have to develop, how are we going to?
Yes, Maureen. So it goes through CODIS, then genealogy. But what I was saying was you can't send the DNA from a Florida lab directly to CODIS. It has to go back to Arizona and then to CODIS because they can't go from that lab to the FBI place. So that was the extra step.
Target this. How are we going to go about getting a sample from an individual? Now, there's two ways. They could probably do a trash pull. They could put somebody on an individual, which there have been cases like this where they watch somebody just drop a straw somewhere, and they pick up the straw, they run the DNA on that straw. Or if they have enough circumstantial information, they go back and say, yeah, we'd really like to get a DNA sample for you. And the person decides to voluntarily, give them a sample. I guess they could get a warrant and compel them to do it. But you have to have confirmation scientifically. Because if you don't, it doesn't matter what you're testing, whether we're talking about the chemical industry or biological research, medical research, you have to have confirmatory testing, right? Well, the same thing applies in forensics as well. You have to be able to confirm it. It's just that there's a lot more resting on this because whatever happens, it's going to go to court. You don't want to do anything that's going to blow the case in advance, okay?
And I know we have a long way to go in this case. We were talking before we came on air just about the blood splatter. I don't know if you'd characterize the splatter, droplets of blood. It appears on the front steps of Nancy Guthrie's home. We see it in the video from News Nation when they go up to the doorstep. And the question is, like, what is this from? Like, what does this tell us about this case? What do you see when you see that?
I knew the first time I saw it, and tip the cap to my friend Brian Enton, because I think he's the one that did the videography on this.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. And again, how in the hell does Brian Enton have access to this? And I'm not saying that slamming him because he's a journalist. He's doing his job. Why would anybody have access to this? Oh, yeah, I forgot. You took the tape down.
It was,
and that's calling out Sheriff Nanos, right? And I agree. That was a blunder by Sheriff Nanos.
Wide open. Yeah, it was.
Yeah. Just let everybody, let that seep down into your groundwater just for a second. Okay. Brian's doing his job. Okay. And there's been people that have cast aspersions, what was he doing there? I'll tell you what he's doing his job. He's being a journalist. All right. So, they've taken the tape down. And so when he snapped these, it's not like he sent them to me or any, they were posted, as part of the story.
Mm-hmm.
And when I saw the freeze frames on this, I'm thinking this is expert. And what I mean by that is that if you have these larger droplets, and I don't believe what I'm saying, just go look for your own personal edification. You have these larger droplets. They're about the size of, maybe some are about the size of a dime, maybe a nickel. Okay. That's indicative of free falling blood droplets. That's gravitational fall. Okay. So you've got, just imagine, if you will, you're at home and you get a spontaneous bloody nose, right? And many people have had these. I know I have. And you're standing at the sink and you just look down, or you do this, you run to the bathroom, you look in your sink, and there it is, right? And there are these big depositional droplets. You don't have any kind of projection that's going on with that. Okay. It's just they're falling. All right. So you see those, but intermittently, okay, between those droplets, you have what appears to be fine drops, which is indicative of expirate. I mentioned this name to you. If you think about the Travis Alexander case, which we know Jodi Arias was responsible for killing him, Go back and look at the bathroom images from him after he is stabbed. I've always felt like he'd walked over to the sink, put his hands on the sink, and was staring in the mirror. Okay. And you can see the free falling blood there, but then you see expirate. And what that means is that he's coughing up blood, or it is in the,
It seems like they put this segment in the beginning of this video too, didn't they? And they kind of repasted it on the end. Interesting.
the nasopharynx area. So you've got projection of air, like this, that's coming out. It's the same thing. I'm not saying that she's injured in that manner. What I'm saying is, even if you get punched in the nose, you get struck in the mouth, you're going to have blood indwelling those areas, and you're going to cough. So if you see the tiny droplets, I think that's expirated blood. Aspirated means we go, like this. Expirated is, like this. And then you've got the free falling associated droplets that are there, and it kind of paints.
They can't slip it past us, can they, chat? We noticed. We're paying attention over here.
Paints that picture, and it's focalized in there. I think my big question is, because we still, at least I don't, maybe I'm sure, you've got great listeners out there that are really tuned in. I want to know what else was deposited within the structure of the home. Did this maybe occur as a result of her coming to the door or being removed from the house? All right, that dynamic there, because that's two separate, actions that are going on there. I think that'll be very important to explore, and they will have hopefully thoroughly documented that at the time. But again, I go back to the discovery that Brian made and his ability to make that discovery, because there was no barrier, there was no tape. He just walked up to the house.
Right. And I know that's.
I remember we were going over this case the day that happened, 20 days ago now. And we were saying, I was like, it's kind of weird that they opened this up so soon, huh? A big case like this, and you already are so convinced you got everything you need. I mean, if anything, don't you think you'd want to play it safe? But nah, they didn't want to play it safe. And they were saying they did this even before the FBI and their superior equipment and technology came on the scene, which would be even more unforgivable.
Been, one of the criticisms of how this was handled early on, and you wonder now, and I think everyone's still hoping for a happy ending to the story and believing that there's a lot that we don't know in this case, but you wonder, are we at day 18 or 19? How much can something like that impact the length of an investigation because of how it was handled in the first couple of days?
Yeah, your case is many times is made or not made in those first few moments. I tell my students, I teach college at Jackson.
The first 48. That's why it's the name of the show, because that first 48 is so important.
And one of the things I teach my students is you can never walk across the threshold into the room of a crime scene for the first time again. You have to be prepared, as if you're a crime scene technician, a forensic investigator, homicide detective, you have to be, all of your powers have to be focused at that moment in time. I compare it to, and now particularly in the molecular world that we live in, we talked about that, Chris. I compare it now to almost, you need to treat a crime scene like you're walking into a surgical suite. You need to be that prepped in your mind and the way you're dressed and, the way you're going to handle it. And because you don't get redos. Lawyers are famous for using the term that you cannot unring the bell. Once that sound goes forward, you can't recapture it. And I don't want to sound like all doom and gloom, and I know I do, but I got to tell you, just, coupled with Brian's imagery.
So someone was saying to the left on this, there's a person holding a phone. I don't see that. Do they consider that a phone? I don't think so. But the guy talking here, Morgan, he reminds me of Gideon a little bit from Criminal Minds. And that's a compliment, by the way. But also, if you're here, please remember to like the video. Likes are free. And subscribe to the channel if you're not already. Super chats are a great way to get questions answered and support the channel. Super stickers are a great way to support the channel. And memberships are great too. I'm going to start doing some members only live streams maybe at a point. Call them like the Flock of Black Sheep tier or something like that. But I go live every night to talk about true crime and current events, and I use my experience with mental health, addiction, and narcissistic abuse to give my unique perspective on those things.
That we saw there, I remember going back all these days now. I can't believe we're talking about this so many days later like this. Just the access to the septic tank, how that was, kind of being handled. There were no, bunny suits, Tyvek suits, people were wearing. There were no gloves being worn, shoe covers. Right. There's a litany of these things that we could go through. I want to remain hopeful. I truly do, for the sake of Mrs. Guthrie. And, I think about, what her status is right now. I can't help but not think about that. I think a lot of us do. Because at the end of the day, I can talk about procedure relative to forensic processing and all this sort of thing, but, TikTok, it's time is precious here. It's the most important commodity here. It was and you have to assume as an investigator, the most precious commodity that you have at Jump Street is time. And it shouldn't be wasted in any way. And, making mistakes along the way many times compels you to waste that precious resource.
Yeah, and we'll see how this story plays out. Now the third week since Nancy Guthrie was taken from her home. Joseph Scott Morgan, the host of Body Bags, which you can now find here on YouTube. It's always great to have you on Law and Crime, especially on cases like this, to help us understand kind of the science and what's going on behind the scenes.
You bet, Chris. You guys take care now.
The amount of money on the line for someone who has information to come forward has increased. The FBI is offering its $100,000 reward, and then now Crime Stoppers is offering a reward of $100,000 after money was put up by a personal injury lawyer in Wisconsin. So roughly $200,000 for information that can help solve this case. If you have information on Nancy Guthrie, and we're talking about information, not theories, not opinions, you can contact the Pima County Sheriff at 520-351-4900. You can also contact...
It reminds me of the old joke I heard in the chat there. Money talks, but all mine ever says is goodbye. Now, chat, tell me, Ashley Banfield or Tony Bruschi with Jennifer Coffindoffer? Which would you prefer? So press 1 if you want Ashley Banfield. Press 2. Now, Ashley Banfield's video is from yesterday, by the way. Or do you want Tony Bruschi with Jennifer Coffindoffer from today? So 1, Ashley Banfield. 2, Tony Bruschi and Jennifer Coffindoffer. Coffins, 3-1, Coffin, 4-1, Coffin. 4-2, Coffin. 2. All right. I think Tony Bruschi wins. There's our buddies.
This is Hidden Killers with Tony Bruschi. Here now, Tony Bruschi.
Here we are, 3 weeks in, entering our 4th week into the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. And still no answers, at least as of our recording right here. DNA found inside the home. Mixture. It is still being separated to be tested. There's a glove that was found 2 miles away. It did not have any sort of CODIS match, but it had DNA on it. Allegedly, genetic genealogy is now in play here on at least that one, and I'm sure maybe the other. We'll find out. Google says they probably can't pull more camera footage, and the lab that's processing everything isn't the initially was not the FBI's. Jennifer Coffindoffer, retired FBI special agent, is with us to help break down where we're at in this nightmare of a story that just doesn't seem to end.
You know what the thing is here? We're seeing more Jennifer Coffindoffer because she was on Joe Pags the other day. She's been on other people as well. And we're getting more of her input. Now, this is Tony Bruschi, Hidden Killers with Tony Bruschi. Check him out. Subscribe to his channel. Like his stuff. like my stuff too, of course. But when someone like Maureen O'Connell is on Megyn Kelly, I don't think Megyn Kelly gets the best out of Maureen. I think Brian Etten gets the best out of Maureen. I think I could get a lot out of Maureen, but I don't think Megyn Kelly does.
Jen, let's talk about the DNA profiles, because now essentially what we understand is we have two. There's some sort of a DNA profile in the house. That's the mixed one. There's the one on this glove that was found 2 miles away, and now they're saying that they're going to go to genetic genealogy to get more on that. I want to talk both of them, but they're both very different. Let's talk about the glove really quick. Should we have any sort of weight on this glove whatsoever, I guess is my question.
It's such a great question. And from the beginning, we've known, first of all, the proximity, over 2 miles away, and the fact that it was in a field of gloves, right? 16 in various locations far away from the house.
And that was a detail they didn't say as much about, but we heard there were 16 pairs or 16 gloves. But to say that was found in a field of gloves, I'm like, oh my, how could that possibly be anything?
They identified this one, I think, as matching, the consistency of the gloved hand of Porch Guy. That's what I'm calling.
Yeah.
Instead of Porch Guy, we have Porch Guy. And so in any event, they have to go through this, because what if it's the guy? What if it is the glove? So they're doing the right thing, going with IgG to make sure they identify whose it is. And only after that are we going to know if it's important or not.
The Nanos even had said the other day, he's like, I got other gloves too. He mentioned that he's got some from 5 miles away, so there's more gloves even and I imagine, honest to God, if you just go for a walk down the road, you're going to find rubber gloves on the sides of roads. You are. I was kind of talking about this in the car the other day with my daughter. I was explaining where things are at, and I was saying, it's crazy. You could go I can guarantee if we...
And correct, Smut. They are indeed, I think, running out of things here. Without arrests, without any new news, it's kind of running low here. I admit it. It is.
Stop right now. Walk 2 miles. We'll probably at least each come back with 10 rubber gloves at any given place. And as we were turning, I'm like, there's one right there. And there was one on the side of the road here. So it's something you're going to find on the side of the road. So at what point, I guess, there's only so much manpower here. And, there are budgets and things of that nature. I guess, how are we prioritizing, or how are they prioritizing what should be run through IgG and what should not, especially the further out we go from the scene itself? What is noise and what is not? You can't possibly check everything.
Right. When you look at this glove, though, apparently it matches the other glove. And as I said, that glove is a bit unique. If you look at it, it looks thicker than most nitrile gloves that you're going to wear. It looks extended, almost like it's crunched up. It's not really like the normal gloves you would see somebody committing this sort of crime have. And so I guess I have cautious optimism that this could be connected. Certainly they do. But as far as your question, listen, the president...
I disagree with Jennifer on that. I don't think those gloves are going to bring anything. The only thing that brings me cautious optimism is the DNA in the house that they said is not Nancy's or someone close to her. But even then, that doesn't mean it's the suspects either. It could be any number of people. But I have more hope there.
Is on this. Kash Patel has said unlimited resources. There is no amount of money and no amount of resources that aren't going to be expended, in my belief, to find Nancy Guthrie.
And I guess what got me about it looks similar to the glove in the video comment, because I was like, okay, well, why is there weight on this? And honest to God, it just seems like a really generic thing it looks like, I don't know. Did they have a better look at this glove than the rest of us? How are they coming to that determination? Because honest to my layman's eyes, it looks like any latex glove that I thought it looked like a latex glove over a glove, quite honestly. But maybe they've gleaned more from the video than that.
Well, what we've learned is that we got that video within hours of it being received from the FBI.
Mhm.
And because of that, I can tell you that the FBI, after it was released, is working on defining the details even more than what we could see. Certainly within a few hours, there is no way they had a chance to send it to Quantico.
So no, Jolly, I did not hear that, but you said there was foreign male and foreign female DNA in the house. If so, where did you hear that?
To do what they can do to refine imaging and look in that darkness and make things come more alive. So I'm wondering if they had that ability and it was successful when it came to the glove.
Yeah, I'm really curious to find out. Okay, here's why we were paying more attention to this one. I mean, they don't have to tell us obviously anything, but I am really curious to understand that better. What about the DNA in the house? From what we understand, it's a mixed DNA that's going on there. We don't know, as far as my understanding, what surface this was on or where they found it, but it's a mixture, which is an interesting thing because when you have a mixture, that's more likely to be, something that had to do with a struggle or the two people possibly being together. What do we know about that with the mixture of DNA? Do we know if the other half is Nancy's or where are we sitting there?
Well, what I heard, and correct me if I'm wrong from our sourcing, but I understood him to say partial.
Partial. Okay. Partial.
And partial, of course, is a bit different from mixture.
Mixture. Yeah.
So when I heard him say partial, to me, that just means it's not the, thousands of identifying pieces in the DNA you would want. But as I understand it, the least amount that's been used in a case is only 7. You don't have to have thousands necessarily to make a match. So, but I think it certainly makes it much more challenging, and that's what they're working on. I'm surprised in a sense we haven't heard more about that, but I think it's kind of good. When we don't hear and they don't ask for our help, that means they typically have the answers.
And that is what I think a lot of everybody's hoping behind the scenes. There's a hell.
Now that's interesting. I wouldn't have thought that from Jennifer Coffendorfer, but she said, when they're not asking us for help, it means they already know the answers. That wasn't going to be what I presumed. I wouldn't have assumed that. But Jennifer Coffendorfer is also the one that said they are withholding 90% of the information. So maybe she's right. And also someone's in the chat said something interesting, but want to make sure it's correct before I say it.
Of a lot more going on than we know, and I'm sure there is to a certain extent. It's just how much. With that being said, where do you think this goes with DNA? Is this going to be? Are we going to identify somebody through that direction, or are we going to end up coming up with something a little bit faster through other avenues, like maybe the receipts or whatnot? I don't know, because we're pretty far in here. I would think if we had more information to identify this person, we would have it, or maybe they already do behind the curtain.
Well, I think the other avenues are their best bet. And I only say that because even if they make out that DNA, again, that could be somebody who moved her furniture. I mean, we don't know if it's touch DNA, if it's, a hair.
Very good point by Jennifer Coffendorfer there. We don't know. It could be a furniture mover, delivery person, anyone else that was in the house. Doesn't mean it's the suspect's DNA.
We have no idea. Seminal fluid, saliva, sweat. There's so many possibilities. So we don't know how the DNA was transmitted, and then we also don't know where. So we don't really know how important it is, but just the fact that they've mentioned it several times makes me think they think it's fairly important. But the biggest piece of evidence we have by far is Porch Guy. There is nothing more important than that. I've said it over and over. Somebody who is familiar with him, relative, coworker, good friend.
So she calls him Porch Guy. The flock of black sheep affectionately calls him the foliage grabber. And then you have to follow the foliage, as B would say. B, who is not here, by the way, who gets a demerit. B, who said to not go over the Nancy Guthrie case yesterday, and I didn't. And then she wasn't even here. Double demerit.
They already know who that is. That's my belief, as you would. You would know if that was your dad. And someone knows, and they need to come forward. That's the best piece of evidence, Tony. But I tell you what, that towed car, that towed Range Rover, I'm sniffing all over that right now.
Is that still in custody?
As far as we know, and there are a couple of details about it that makes me believe it's very important. First of all, we know there were federal search warrants related to both. I truly believe there was a transfer of title, and it's going to be not the person that it was transferred to, but the person it was transferred from. I'm still digging before I post on that.
Yeah.
I finally posted who I believe it was transferred to. And that was the search warrant, because I have definite information, because it comes from the guy's lawyer, as to who he was. And so that's good to finally have a name and a face, but it certainly doesn't look like anyone in the camera. So now digging to see if I can find that absolute proof as to who it was sold from. But this is the piece, Tony. They covered the back with a tarp. In other words, not covered it, they held it up so that people could not see what was going on inside of that vehicle, what happened inside of that vehicle. And that's critical. The other thing, they sealed it with crime scene tape. And of course, federally, they were able to reel it off. They seized it. That's big stuff.
Do we know?
And before Tony begins here, let's send some good vibes out there to the universe for Nancy Guthrie. I do believe in the power of good vibes, prayers, that kind of thing. So we may as well do it once an episode, at least while we talk about this, right? Couldn't hurt anything. But also, please remember to like the video if you didn't. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. I go live every night to talk about true crime and current events. And there's an awesome flock of black sheep in here too. And I have a very unique perspective because of my personal experience that I use to apply to the true crime and current events.
Are we positive this vehicle is involved with the Guthrie case itself? This is the vehicle. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm trying to put the pieces together here because there's been so much. This is the I believe last Friday night from one Friday night. Is this where there was the allegations that somebody had died in the vehicle?
Right. And that came from a YouTuber, essentially, who was following the menagerie, right? I can just picture this. It probably looked like some sort of circus line, with all these reporters and all these YouTubers and everybody going out and trying to follow the SWAT van. I could just picture it all.
Yeah.
But anyway, one of these YouTubers actually saw another death that took place near a white van. And remember, a white van had previously been mentioned.
You know who he's talking about. What the heck is that person's name? Drews? What the heck was, I don't even remember.
So there was a lot of confusion.
So that's different. Okay. That's totally separate. Totally. Okay. I'm glad we can, because if I'm conflating it, because I believe that would.
And we went over this, right? We went over that because people were saying it because there was some misinformation afloat. People were saying someone ended their own life. No, that's not what it was. There was a hit and run accident. And that other YouTuber stumbled across that. Somehow things got twisted into people believing, oh no, someone ran out of a house that the SWAT team was going into, and then they ended their own life, and they tried to make it seem like it was connected. And it's like, no, it was not connected. Hit and run, different story.
They were like, that's nothing to do with this case. It's a totally other. Okay. It's just what's going on with the Range Rover. So yeah, I mean, they're digging, and hopefully, but with anything, as with any investigation, the biggest thing everyone needs to remember is it's process of elimination. Get in there, see what you have. If it leads anywhere, great. If not, no. But they're going to keep what they need to keep as they go through it. Let's talk about the Nest cameras that we're learning about. Apparently, there were some other ones nearby. What we're understanding now is that Google believes they're not going to be able to get any other information off other cameras that were on the property, but there was obviously what we have seen from the video doorbell version. Do you think there's more that they have, or have they revealed if there is more that they have other than what has been shown to the public as of right now?
Well, my understanding is they're still data mining that. It's essentially like an onion. Because there was no subscription, you still have that video that's written onto the tape. And on top of that, then somebody else over and over and over and over and over again. of these video transmissions. And so they're trying to peel back all those layers and get to the layer that would have been this night, February 1st. So that's, or really early morning of February 1st. So that's what they're trying to do. I have not heard definitively that it can't be done. Remember, we have to be a little bit cautious when we hear something from Sheriff Nanos, because early on he said there was no way to get any video.
Yeah, be cautious on any words. Yes.
We got to be a little cautious. He needs a lot of lessons in education.
The whole case, I mean,
so the thing with Sheriff Nanos is, it's one thing if you're trying to withhold information for the benefit of the case, but the problem is I think he's indecisive about even what he's communicating. He goes back and forth. Oh yes, this wasn't the thing. The family's cleared. No, everyone's a suspect. To the next day, everyone's cleared. Family's cleared. It's like, why are you saying this? Why are you saying this? The only excuse I would give him is if Savannah Guthrie and family requested him to do it. That's the only exception I'll give.
It's you don't want to, I mean, it's hard to speak of anything in absolutes in this case because we don't have anything yet. We don't know the answers to these questions. So while we go down one road and it seems like, well, that's a dead end, you never know. You never know where things may veer until we actually have the true answer of what happened here. Helicopters with Bluetooth signal detectors have been searching for Nancy's pacemaker signal as well, and drones as well. That device, of course, disconnected from her phone at 2:28 the night that she disappeared. They have the basically sniffer. It's like a Bluetooth sniffer. It can, I believe, at 200 yards, I think, is its range. Pretty good for trying to pick up a Bluetooth signal. And they've been flying around the area, seeing if she's somewhere in the general vicinity. So far, no hits. How far does a search like that go, using a tool like that to try and pinpoint? And if she's not in the direct vicinity, is it likely that she's anywhere close by, or is it close, or she's far, far away at this point?
I think it has to be a total intelligence-based search.
Yeah.
Right? In other words, when you get information, then you could send something like that out. The signal sniffer is the terminology. I've heard various ranges as far as how close you have to be. But Tony, I just have to say this, and I'm just candid. Look, if Nancy is not with us, likely that pacemaker would have been dealt with. So I think it's truly a shot in the dark. I think it's truly a Hail Mary pass. But why?
So Bella, what does she mean by that? If she was no longer with us, the pacemaker would be dealt with. Why? The pacemaker still moves even if she's not alive, right? Bella is our resident surgical nurse, so I ask her about these kinds of things.
Not? Go ahead, get your sniffer out there, see if you can get a helicopter within 200 yards, which is very difficult.
Yeah.
Obviously, I mean, you got phone lines, you have buildings, you have issues. But it's better than not trying.
Yeah, I mean, you got to exercise everything you possibly can. Give us your thoughts in the comment section on Substack and on YouTube on where you think everything is at here in the Nancy Guthrie investigation. Sergeant Aaron Cross.
So Bella, also the transmitter. In this case, what was her transmitter? Was the cell phone a transmitter, or is there a separate device that's a transmitter? When I say it's the phone, could it be an app on the phone? So I'm trying to figure out what the transmitter is.
The head of NANO's own deputy union went on to the New York Post this last week, and he called this an ego case for Sheriff Nanos. FBI sources say the Bureau wants the case, but can't take it without the family's request. Investigators on the ground say they don't know what is going on, who's running things. That's some of the quotes. This is the fight that apparently is going on underneath the investigation. And look, I want to say this. There are plenty of very well-meaning and very hard-working investigators investigators on the ground that are working this case, without a doubt. Unfortunately, it seems when you get to the more administrative level is where we're seeing a lot of chaos, and leadership starts at the top, and that ends up being a reflection of how an investigation goes. Jennifer Coffindaffer, retired FBI special agent, is with us to discuss all of this. Jen, you've been doing this for a long time. We've seen dysfunction in cases this way and that way. How does this one rank to you in terms of one for the ages of dysfunction?
Well, I'm old school.
Yeah.
So part of the issue I have here are all these purported leaks, all of these purported law enforcement sources. People, look.
Lisa, who do you think is disrespecting Jennifer Coffindaffer, and why do you think that?
Even when I didn't like a boss or I had an issue with another agent or whatever, that is always kept in-house. It's kind of like, listen, I can, yell at my kid for doing something, but nobody else better. And so I just came up in that environment within the Bureau. You supported each other. You didn't turn on each other. So especially in the middle of an investigation. So I asked myself, what good is it to come forward with that? I mean, I'm serious. Does it help the investigation? I'm going to tell you that answer right now. No, because everybody's losing confidence in the Pima County Sheriff's Office. And at the end of the day, despite what this article said, and I read it, it's nonsense to think the FBI can take over. The FBI has no jurisdiction.
Yeah.
It just befuddles me that I don't know whether this assistant chief or union head doesn't understand that. I wish in many of these cases they can't. In fact, they can get thrown out completely. So like in Delphi. So when you look at this situation, yes, everybody wants it, but let me tell you, they have a huge footprint on this investigation right now. They really do. And they are running things in a sense daily and operationally, I believe. And I also believe those officers at Pima County are good men and women, and they're working in harmony. It's always at the top that the egos usually have problems.
Can the FBI take over more if Sheriff Nanos requested it? If said, I can he do that? Can say, you guys go be the lead? Or is that just not how that functions? Just for everyone to understand the way that this all pans out.
Yeah, as much as Sheriff Nanos is willing to give the FBI will take. So as an example, I don't know.
So Lisa Marie has 2 strikes in the chat for just being antagonistic for no reason. No one's disrespecting Jennifer Coffindaffer. We speak very highly of Jennifer Coffindaffer here in the chat. I'm probably going to invite her on the show at a point. But for some reason, you seem very sensitive to any kind of even differing opinions. I don't know why, but we're allowed to all have our own thoughts about things here.
If you remember that press conference, people were asking about the ransom notes,
Yeah.
and he literally turned his back and he said, I have nothing to do with that. Ask the FBI.
Sure.
So he gave that entire portion of the investigation to the FBI. Could he do that here? Could he take the podium and say, listen, I have decided it's in the best interest of Nancy Guthrie.
So I want to show what Bella says here. Bella, the surgical nurse, says transmitter is a box next to bedside that transmits info from Pacer to the phone app through her Wi-Fi connection. No GPS on pacemakers. Okay. And it goes to show you, right? The signal sniffer is kind of a Hail Mary attempt, right? Thank you for that.
In the case for the FBI to take a lead on all aspects of this case, not
Should
just
he?
ERT. Should he? Well, I'm biased. Of course, I'm going to say he should, because in my opinion, the Bureau is just good at these kinds of cases, these conspiracies, everything that's going on. But listen, they've been involved, and we still don't have the answers we're looking for, and we still don't have Nancy. So
why do you think he has not? Because I mean, if you're just if any whoever it is looking at it, just intellectually, honestly about it himself, anybody else around him, one's going to have a hell of a lot more resources in this, and more staff, and more ways of solving this if you're going for as efficiently as possible, if you're like, okay, we're going to go play the major league team here today, we got the little leagues over here, and I'm just saying that's not that they're a bad police force, but compared to the FBI, a local police force is going to, that's your little league. And then you got major league here, you got the FBI. There's a lot more resources, there's a lot more people involved that we can help this. Why on earth would the person who knows they're not the major leagues, why wouldn't they take a step back and go, yeah, for the interest of solving this is not about me, this is not about my ego, this is not about me, saying, hey, look, I got it. It's about getting her back. Why would you not open up that door and say, you guys can do this better, step in, how can I help you?
I think that's the question many people are asking. You phrased it perfectly, Tony. And when I look at everything, if this were, as an example, NYPD, if this were Philly, if this were Chicago, if this were a major department, I would say, listen, they handle more homicides than the Bureau does. But this is not the situation. From my research, they've had about 5, I think, in the past year or so. It's just not, something that is something they handle all the time. And then you combine that with the fact that this is actually a kidnapping. We don't even know it's a homicide at all. And that is in the FBI's bailiwick. And, you and I talked about this last week. There are agents out there that have had multiple kidnapping cases. And so it wouldn't be their first rodeo, not to mention all the resources and everything you spoke of. Yeah. So it makes a lot of sense that they should be leading the investigation. And I see why it's so confusing right now, probably to the troops, because my guess is behind the scenes, Tony, they sort of are leading everything.
Yeah.
Yet Nanos is still in charge, if that makes sense.
It makes sense from an egotistical standpoint, but it's, I don't, it's like just, it's not like Nanos. It's like, it's not that we're trying to say you're a bad dude or you're just, but I mean, with 98% of your people voted no confidence. But besides that point, just for the good of this, I don't know. This just seems insane. And I know I'm not the only one that's saying that. There's other people who've made these comments, like literally an FBI source using the words dumb and literally insane on the record to describe how some of this has been going on. There was speaking of how the evidence handling was going on. What can you say to that? We're talking a little bit earlier about the DNA, and initially things went to the private lab that they were contracted with locally with the Pima County Sheriff's Department. But then, okay, the FBI's here. We have this open. Is there any reason why it should have taken us, whatever it was, 18, 19 days, whatever the number, to get some of this information back? Did all of that slow down this process because it didn't go to the FBI initially?
Well,
now this is interesting because before Jennifer was saying it didn't, but let's see what she says.
Yes, because the FBI has direct intersection CODIS is their database. So of course they're going to be able to interface that with the known DNA profiles that are.
Now I could have sworn she was saying before that, well, it's okay when they all go to the same lab because you want the things going to the same place, the samples going to the same place.
Received, and many regard the FBI as the best of the best in this arena. But I will say, if you remember from the Brian Kohberger Idaho 4 case, that a private lab was used there and did a fabulous job. Yeah. And there are many private labs that are terrific. It was my belief, though, and again, I don't know how much of a big fight it was. We only have Nanos' side. There's 2 sides to every pancake. But I can tell you, if it were my case, and say I was the case agent, and Nanos and I are talking about this new glove DNA where it should be sent, I can tell you I 100% would have sent that to theirs. And it's because I would not want to be behind the 8 ball again, figuring out everybody's DNA profiles. Now I got to do, the gardener, I got to do the pool guy, I got to do my family, I got to start all over with all new scientists looking at. No, there wasn't time for that. That was already done, and there was no information about this other lab being not a good lab. There was.
Yeah. So she's saying what she said before: send it all to the same place.
Fact, they are actually known as a particular touch DNA experts over all the other kind of experts.
Yeah.
So.
Sure. I mean, no one was saying it's a bad lab. It's just when you have time as of the essence, and you have the resource, you can pull the lever to get this to Quantico like that, but you still choose this over that. It doesn't make a lot of sense. And there's been a lot of people pointing out, is this ego? What's going on here? And then we find out this week, oh, by the way, there's a reality show for this department on A&E called Desert Law,
And we were listening to that or talking about the other day in the chat. So apparently there's a reality show that Chris Nanos is a part of. That's crazy.
actually premiered last month in January. As far as we understand, Nanos isn't on camera, but he's behind the scenes kind of helping with things. God, I mean, this is just kind of one of those, you're like, seriously. Well, this all plays into the...
All right, so he's not on camera, but he's behind the scenes in the reality show. Very interesting.
Ego end of things. If we have a reality show following us around, one might glean that you want to look good on camera. Who doesn't? But again, at what cost?
I'm just going to say, I'm going to counter that a little bit with you.
Okay.
Is that all those episodes were filmed over a year ago?
Sure, but you probably want to be renewed.
And they've got 7 to possibly 10 episodes. He's not in any of them. And when you think of Cops and Boston's Finest, and there's a whole litany of these A&E specials. It's just, it just is a bad optic. I don't know how else to say that. It's just a bad optic. But really, I think it's such, again, sort of a distraction from good sleuthing, good advocacy, keeping the eye on the ball, that Range Rover, the picture, the video, doing everything we can to keep her face out there. I think for me, I see it as noise, but I get why many people are upset about it.
I totally agree.
Look at this chatter here. And going to private lab who has all the other DNA profiles was best decision too. Yeah. And that's what Jennifer Coffendorfer said originally as well. But yes, please remember to like the video while you're here. Likes are free, and subscribe to the channel if you're not already. I go live every night to talk about true crime and current events.
I think it's easy, like when you don't have a lot of information coming in, people then go to try to find things to be outraged by, like, why isn't this happening? Right. And I get that, but at the same point too, there is call for outrage sometimes, and I think that's what a lot of people are trying to point out here is, look, everybody wants the same goal here, and everybody, yay team, we want to find Nancy. But if, one of the star players here doesn't seem to be, pulling their weight, it's like maybe this needs to be fixed over here. And I think most folks agree with that. I'm sure you probably do too, but it's just, it's another distraction we don't need, in a case this way. One more question on the boundaries here and who's in charge. Obviously, if this were to be an interstate travel, if they were to find that Nancy was taking over state lines, then that becomes more the FBI's jurisdiction. What about the Mexican border? I know that we've been talking about that a little bit. We'll get more into that, but I want to speak just on the jurisdiction of it. Does the FBI, does that become more their territory where they can take over if they believe it is a inter-country travel, basically, and not interstate? Or does it have to be an interstate thing for that switch to be pulled?
No, I tell you, that switch is going to be clicked as fast as you can click it if she ends up or there's information related to Mexico.
What do they have to pull that? Do they have to have like definitive proof Nancy went over the border, or just we strongly suspect that she did?
I think you would have to have definitive proof for Nanos to give up, the venue, because then you're looking at a different way to adjudicate the case. In other words, instead of the local prosecution team, because that's where we're at now, it would go to federal, to the assistant United States attorney that would handle all of this, or actually probably justice. DOJ justice on something like this. Like in I don't know if you remember she's a very pretty Black woman. Her name was, I think, Shakira, something like that. Don't hold me to that. I'm so sorry if I butchered her name. I was very much upset about this case. On video, she was seen getting beaten to death, literally, by her friends at a very, I don't know if you know this case I'm talking about, at a very beautiful, very expensive resort. I believe it was in Cabo. And the FBI had full-on jurisdiction in that case and did not end up charging anyone, which I was very upset about. But nevertheless, yes, it would be 100% in the FBI's wheelhouse and prosecuted by DOJ.
Yeah. Are they just sitting there, just like waiting for the call, you think? Yeah. Like, okay, any moment, guys, we're going to have something that's going to get us active. I mean, yeah, I think everyone has a feeling of let's hope that if that happens, when that happens, that it's like we don't look back going, if only they could have been activated sooner, and that would have made a difference. We just don't know right now. Your thoughts in the comment section on YouTube and Substack on where you think this case is going and where we've been this far. Let us know your thoughts there. Let's talk about what's been going on in terms of some of the action that we've seen in the last several weeks so far as of our recording. There was 3 detentions, 3 releases, SWAT operations, road closures, aerial searches, K9 units, 19 days of visible and investigative activity. And not one of those moves has produced a suspect, an arrest, or a confirmed connection to.
Not a suspect, but the person with the initials LD is not cleared as being a suspect. But let's also keep it real. Even being cleared as a suspect doesn't really say much, because if there's new evidence that contradicts that, what are they going to say? Oh, well, we said they weren't a suspect, so we can't possibly move forward with examining them. No, of course not. He shouldn't have said a word to me, right? The only excuse I would give him is maybe if Savannah Guthrie told him to, or someone in the Guthrie family. But even then, he should say, well, hey, we want to be able to prosecute this case in the best way possible. And if I'm up here giving contradicting statements, that's going to give the defense lawyer a field day. And they're going to call out all of my contradicting statements. So he never should have done that.
Whoever took Nancy Guthrie. Jen, with the 3 separate people having been detained in this case with significant law enforcement responses each time, you get SWAT there, you get FBI evidence response, you get blocked roads, all 3 released without charges. A really strong going in and a really, well, looks like we got nothing here going out. Is that pattern normal in a complex case like this, or does it indicate something about the quality of what investigators are working with?
It is normal, Tony. When you have a case like this and you're drinking from a fire hose, because now you have, by the way, over $300,000 on the menu for a reward. Oh my gosh, the number of tips. We've heard it mentioned, 20,000, 30,000, 50,000. I've heard so many tip numbers. And you can imagine you have to follow up, and there's some that are going to be really juicy. They're going to have probable cause, meat on the bone. And this last one had all of that. And again, I think this one is really viable because they seized that car. That was huge.
Yeah.
All right. So she thinks seizing the car is very important. I think she's talking about the Range Rover. So she thinks that's big news, which maybe means she thinks the LD thing might be turning into something. Maybe. But also, I have a fever that can only be cured by more likes, and 1,000 likes, and I'll be cured of all ailments for the day. But right now, my fever is getting worse and worse, and I need some more likes, please.
I mean, they're getting so many tips, and thank goodness. But then in terms of, okay, you wanted it, you got it. Are you now you got all of this to try and decipher through, and there's human beings behind it. There's probably some AI, hopefully, maybe working this to try and prioritize what is going to be important here to get some human eyeballs behind. But that is a lot to go through. right now we have a reward out there. Where are we sitting at this moment? I feel like it's a telethon. Where are we at on the big board, Johnny? I think we're up to 300 now. Okay,
a little over 300. You have a private donor.
The Milwaukee and yep.
88
Yes, Corey, I need cowbell and likes to cure my fever.
Crime,
Okay.
which is affiliated with the Pima County. And then, of course, you have the FBI at 100.
Should the reward be higher, and why?
So this is my thought, and again, I'm just telling it the way
That's what I want.
If this is well, some people aren't going to like what I'm going to say. So that's what I caveat when you hear me
Buckle up.
Some people aren't going to like Spacey Jen, but if this is my mom, I'm like, all right, everybody, we're pulling in the big bucks. We're getting 700,000 yesterday, especially if I'm worth 40 million, which I am not. I want 700,000 on the table to add to that to have a cool million. Why? Not because I want more tips coming in, but because I want those pieces of crap that know exactly who this person is to come forward and say, that's exactly who this person is.
All right. And that's smart by Jennifer Coffendorfer, right? You want to use people's greed against them. So she thinks, and this is true for many things, by the way, anytime you think there's a big conspiracy with things, think, okay, if someone were to pay them, would they talk? And if the thing's big enough, you would think, okay, would they talk if given money? Would that change things? Now, granted, the only exception would be if maybe someone's in fear for their life from talking. And you better believe that happens too. But it's still worth a shot where someone who is greedy enough will say, you know what? I'm going to do what I can to get that 700,000 to $1 million, and I'll get away. They're not going to be able to get me. So interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And $1 million, anonymous $1 million, leading to the arrest and conviction of this fool. That's going to be worth it to a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of betrayal can go on for $1 million.
Yeah,
300,000 is getting a little more juicy, but $1 million. Now remember, after taxes, that's not that much. I mean, it's going to take off another 38%.
Yeah. You know,
And Jennifer's 100% correct about that. When it comes to things like this, 100 grand, you're like, what? Even 200 grand. But getting close to $1 million, you might get people thinking about it.
I tend to agree with you. I was asked that question the other night on Vinny on Court TV, and I agree there, because it has to be life-changing money. If that kind of money, $1 million, that's going to elicit, here's where they are, not just, I kind of think there might be somebody over.
And Tony Bruschi is correct with this. Life-changing money is all the difference. I agree.
That's going to be somebody very close that can really give you that information. But that person who's very close also maybe has a family, maybe has a life, maybe needs to get the hell out of Dodge if they're about to snitch on somebody. Because even if they get their guy, it doesn't mean they're getting everybody that guy ran with. And they don't like that if you're going to call out one of their people, even though it's this heartbreaking 84-year-old woman, Nancy Guthrie, that, is, on these meds, and it's just such a life and death situation here. They're still going to look out for themselves. Of course they are. Everybody does. But if you gave $1 million, or what about an offer beyond money? Could the federal government step in here in some way, shape, or form?
On a side note, Moneymaker, for some reason, you said you're from Maine representing. I was looking up last night the furthest east point in America in the mainland, and there's this lighthouse on it, but there's some sort of national park. I forget what it's called now. I'll look it up, but glad Maine's representing.
And say, hey, if you have information that leads to that, who this person is, we can relocate you as well. Like the federal relocation, witness protection relocation program. Can we put that on the table for somebody if they were to come forward of like, I got it, but it's going to take even more than money for me to be able to tell you anything?
Interesting question. Wixet is actually run through the U.S. Marshals. A lot of people may not realize that, but certainly I've had situation involving that.
West Quoddy Head Lighthouse is the furthest east point in Maine.
And it's such a great program, but it's problematic. People never stay in it because it sounds great and sexy, but guess what? You can never see the rest of your family ever again. And you're relocated to a farm in South Dakota when you're from South Miami. So it sounds great. Could it be offered? Anything is possible, Tony, but I can tell you typically people don't take it. But I don't think I always say this, once somebody's arrested, they lose all their power. And I really don't believe that this is some, Mexican cartel, huge conspiracy to take Nancy and make millions on this. Obviously, we don't even have a ransom demand that's legitimate that I can see.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, because that is kind of putting it in that court of that sort of a mindset where there are, but even if it's not, even if it is a B&E that went horribly wrong, and this guy's got some family or friends, and there was leakage, and somebody knows, going off to the farm in South Dakota and nobody ever finding you again, but also here's $1 million. That I don't know, compared to like where someone may be sitting right now, if they're sitting in poverty and a really shitty life and a really dangerous situation. I don't know. The farm and $1 million isn't all that bad of a deal.
Yeah, I can't say that I disagree with you. I can just say that typically in my experience, the minute even huge gangbangers that are running the Crips, even individuals who are part of the Medellin cartel and had tons of power, the minute they get behind bars, they are sucked out of a lot of their power, certainly their street power. And so, but I get your point. I mean, somebody like this would be turning evidence against an individual that could possibly cost him his life.
Yeah. I mean, it's risky business, right? In a case like this, what's someone going to be willing to do to avoid getting arrested in prosecution? Because I mean, hey, even if Nancy's found alive, the person who gets caught doing this is probably going to jail for life. So what is that person going to be willing to do to get away with it? I mean, at that point, probably kill someone, right? I mean, what would they think? Well, what's the worst that could happen? They give me the death penalty, and then they carry it out 20 years later? Because that's how long it takes usually, 20 to 30 years for a death sentence to be carried out. Fun fact, by the way, in America, there used to be a thing until 1757 that you had to be hung 48 hours after the sentence. So within 48 hours, once you were sentenced to death, you needed to be hung. That used to be the rule.
That's a risk, most people are not going to take, even if it is certainly the right thing to do. Where are you at right now, Jen? I'm curious as to the type of individual that you think this is. We were just saying, it does not look cartelish. We've talked a lot about B&E gone wrong on this show. I know Robin is kind of in that camp. From your perspective and your experience, where are you sitting right now?
There's a lot of people and a lot of my cohorts that think exactly that, B&E gone bad. I just struggle with that for so many reasons. Actually, I need to do a tweet. Why it could be a B&E gone bad and why it couldn't. And I think if you see that juxtaposition, okay, look at where she lived, out in the middle of flipping nowhere, almost. I say that. When I say that, I just mean acre to 3 acre plots. I've posted her picture a lot. I don't know if you have her house. You can barely even see it. Like there's this scrub brush and sage. I don't know what the different plants are, but it sits way back in there. It's not something that you would say, oh, this is a perfect place for me to go. Then you say, oh, there's cameras. It's funny when I teach classes on security and how to make your house hardened. The first thing I say is, even if you don't have a camera, have a sign that says, stop, you're on candid camera, or something
Mhm.
that says you have a camera. Even if you don't have a dog bites, my dog bites.
Yeah.
Beware. Because robbers and gangbangers and people who do crime, because I've interviewed them, they will tell you, oh my gosh, if it's a choice between that house with cameras and dogs and this house, I'm not going to the house with cameras.
Yeah.
And yet they chose to go there.
I mean, most criminals would not go to the one with cameras. I mean, in this day and age, though, what house doesn't have cameras?
Mhm.
So it just has, I've always said this. I've always said, and I may be proved to be wrong. And if I am, that's fine.
Sure.
Unfortunately, like I always say, we're dealing with 10 cards, 5
Mhm.
cards. Unfortunately, we don't get to see the whole deck out here.
Yeah.
But it doesn't make sense that this person was not familiar with them and did not know that she would be in there alone, and did not know she had a camera specifically in that location, because he beelines to it. He puts his head down. He goes right over to it. And I think there's so many indicators that it's targeted. And you couple that with now the fact the family has been cleared. So now we know it's not inheritance. Now we know it's not because of insurance.
Mhm.
Now we know, and we know it's not because of ransom, because
Mhm.
a proper ransom wasn't asked. When I say proper, a usual, go to the
Yeah.
family, go immediately, make it easy to make the payment.
Well, the one thing I differ with Jennifer on is just because the family is cleared and spouses doesn't mean I necessarily agree with them. But I think it's got to be someone they know. I don't think, why would this be random? I mean, the random element would only mean that it might have been a punishment, and that's only the connection, right? The punishment, the political punishment, maybe. But even in that case, is that random? No, that's targeted, right? So truly, for it to be random, the only case I could see it being truly random, that would be the burglary gone wrong. But that's not what this was. So certainly targeted. It's just a matter of by who. Targeted by who and why.
Yeah.
Before law enforcement is crawling on it. Certainly don't go to the media. That's the last place you go.
Yeah.
So it only can beg the question, was this targeted for some sort of vendetta, some sort of hate? And I don't even mean that that's the doofus on the front door. Could be.
Mhm.
But
Yeah,
this
I mean,
was
I
somebody
don't
else.
know. It seems to be like kind of in the territory of like B&E gone wrong, or is this someone that had a reason to go for Nancy Guthrie? And then, of course, and we don't really have there really isn't much evidence to say this has something to do with it being connected to Savannah Guthrie. But certainly the question has to be asked, because there's crazies out there, and crazies do crazy things. And sometimes they have these weird things in their mind, and they connect themselves to the celebrity that they see on TV, and they go do horrible, crazy shit. It's not the first time this has happened.
So think about the political ramifications here. For someone to do this for a political reason, Savannah's husband must have done some awful things for that true, or not necessarily awful things, just things that others don't want others to know about, or they want someone to not be exposed, right? It has to be something drastic for it to be a political reason, right? I don't necessarily buy the Epstein victim part of it, because that was 7 years ago now that she did that. She interviewed Epstein victims 7 years ago, 2019. I mean, even back then, how much talk about Epstein was there back then? Not nearly as much. There still was, but just not as much as there is today. But it's just an interesting thing to think about, the political motive. What would it have been? He was connected to Clinton, and he was a Democrat fixer. That is true.
And there's some weird things in this case that have popped up that go, one of those things, the mention in Savannah's book, and I'm curious if you think this is just 1000% it's standing out in our minds simply because the word kidnapping is in there, and this is something we're focusing on right now. And anything like that is going to stand out 10 times more than it would otherwise. But in Savannah's book, she talked about how she was when she was a child. They had this game with her and her aunt, and I believe it was her aunt would come and quote unquote kidnap her. But it was fun. It was like, okay, we're going to go. Aunt's going to go some fun.
So Tony Bruschi's talking about Savannah Guthrie's book where she mentions the kidnapping game. Again, that could just be a coincidence. But no signs of breaking and entering in this case, by the way. They didn't see any signs of breaking in, which also leads you to believe, no, it must have been someone they knew or someone who did that absolutely did their homework somehow. But who would even be in the position to be doing their homework? Someone that knows her.
Days with us, they call mom and mom would pretend she's upset, oh my goodness, and then it'd go be fun time with her aunt. Nothing negative about it. And she talks about it as a fun childhood kind of silly family game that they would play. In light of everything now, it looks a little weird. And in no way am I saying that's pointing at the family, but I'm saying that seems like something an obsessive type person might glean onto and go,
Right. So the cameras are broken. But outside of that, there's really no signs of the breaking in. The other thing is the door wide open in the back. But does that mean they were broken into? I don't know. I'll leave it up to you guys to decide.
I don't know. But that also does feel like quite a stretch to me. What's your take on that aspect of this?
Well, I got to be honest. I was down that rabbit hole hard for about 2 days, and I haven't necessarily left it.
Okay.
Just because I do believe if this is somebody, if the motive behind this is to torture and hurt Savannah, and obviously Nancy, but also torture and hurt Savannah, could they have stalked her in this way? Listen, nobody even knew she had written 2 books. I shouldn't say nobody because I saw it was a bestseller. But listen, I tracked it. It's sold by Walmart.
Yeah.
Both the child's version and the adult version. And it mentions, as you said, this whole kidnapping thing. And then also, remember that strange language?
Yeah.
That was in her plea.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to be able to say it exactly verbatim, but it was essentially, it's not too late. Mm-hmm. That was one of the sentences. And there was another one as well. You're not alone. You're not alone. It's not too late. And that is absolutely the overarching, message in her books. Mm-hmm. And then on top of that, I think it's not too late is an exact quote. And I always thought when I heard that, I thought, wow, they decided to put that in the behavioral analysis unit, trying to lead to somebody familiar with her and
it's very interesting. I never heard that connection. This is why Jennifer Coffendorfer is good at what she did. We didn't even hear our girl Maureen say this, but you hear what she said. She said in her book, Savannah's book, was that language specifically used, and the behavioral analysis unit, maybe Gideon from the BAU, told Savannah to say that in the videos. It's not too late to do the right thing. So we'll say it again. We'll rewind it real quick so you can hear exactly what it is.
Even knew she had written 2 books. I shouldn't say nobody because I saw it was a bestseller. But listen, I tracked it. It's sold by Walmart. Yeah. Both the child's version and the adult version. And it mentions, as you said, this whole kidnapping thing. And then also, remember that strange language?
Yeah.
That was in her plea.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to be able to say it exactly verbatim, but it was essentially, it's not too late. Mm-hmm. That was one of the sentences, and there was another one as well. You're not alone. You're not alone. It's not too late. And that is absolutely the overarching, message. And
there's 2 things, right? So the BAU, they might have known that to tell her to say that. Someone said, well, that's how Savannah talks anyway. Maybe. But people who are celebrities or mini celebrities, they don't always write their own books. A lot of them have ghostwriters. So that's a possibility too.
Her books. Mm-hmm. And then on top of that, I think it's not too late is an exact quote. And I always thought when I heard that, I thought, wow, they decided to put that in the behavioral analysis unit, trying to lead to somebody familiar with her. And I'm picturing like a John Hinckley type, somebody that's obsessed with Jodie Foster. So he says, I think it'd be a great idea to get her attention to kill the president. That makes a lot of sense to me. Right. So it's like this obsessive, how do I get her attention? I read her books. I'm going to go sees her mom, all of this. So I have to admit, as an investigator, if I were on the case, that would be one aspect I'd be looking for to determine motive. Is it just a random B&E gone bad, or is it way more sinister? And I've been down the sinister.
So random B&E gone bad, press 1 for that in the chat. Something way more sinister, press number 2.
Road, and I don't think it can be dismissed yet.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with it, to me, stalking is usually an escalation. It's not usually we're going in full bore and suddenly we're taking your mom. So I'm wondering if there would be any signs leading up to this, whether that be, and here's what I'm wondering, and I would assume they would have to be, Jen, you tell me if I'm right or wrong, that they'd have to be pouring through like all of Savannah's emails and like emails into NBC, into her, any form of communication from fans from the outside world leading up to this day, ones that she never even read because you just can't keep up with it. But, they're in a folder somewhere, somebody's gone through them, or maybe they haven't. I'm wondering if there be any clues to glean in any of that from, if this is a character like that may have been sending some weird messages along the way that could have easily been swept up into, here's the crazy folder that nobody's going to do anything about because we get 48 of these an hour or something.
Well, it's so interesting you say that, because the other avenue is the social media. Let me take as an example.
Yeah.
Your social media.
So almost everyone says something more sinister than a B&E gone wrong.
My social media. You could go on right now on my Twitter feed and find probably 1,000 people that are saying horrible things.
Sure.
That's not even an underestimation. Something like whatever, something mean, something like visceral, like, wow, that person really does not like her. Yeah. And can you imagine? I'm a nobody. Can you imagine somebody like her that has millions and millions and millions of followers, and that if she said or did anything they didn't appreciate, especially in the political arena, right? Anything, and we know Nancy had a lot of political posts, very, very negative political posts. You got to wonder, that's just another area that I think, people will have to look at. But the other thing is,
so Savannah had a lot of negative political posts. I haven't heard anyone talk about this yet, but I have a suspicion that maybe she was critical of Trump. If I had to guess, I can scroll through this though and find out.
There's hunters and there's howlers. And I learned a lot about this recently. And there's a lot of books on this by the FBI retired profilers, and specifically Cameron Malin, if anybody's interested. But hunters are the people that are oftentimes, not always, but they're more silent. There might be a little something in there, and then they get their feelings hurt or whatever, and you really don't hear much from them, because from that point on, they are plotting. They are literally working toward committing an offense like this. Howlers are the people like I talked about earlier, growing hair like this, eating, Twizzlers behind the screen, fat and dumpy, and they've never had a voice in their life. And they're like, you know what? Let's say I hate her. See if she responds, right? So those are the howlers. It's the hunters that you have to fear. Yeah.
The hunters, I mean, and people have a interesting complex sometimes when they feel disrespected in some way, shape, or form. And I think that, it'd be I would imagine they're looking through those things. They would have to be at this point. Because I wonder, again, it may not be as obvious as it would seem. Just like somebody saying, I hate you. It could be someone that adores her, but because they weren't getting the attention or something. This is because it seems like it, might initially, if this was an abduction for some purpose, it was to get attention. I just wondered if then it went horribly awry as well. Of maybe they were going to try and get Savannah's attention by having her mom, but then mom died, and then it's like, well, what do I do now? I don't know. I mean, again, all complete conjecture, because we don't know what's going on, and that's what happens. We don't have information. We try and fill in the blanks.
But I want to say one more thing on this.
Yeah.
Not to get too far afield, but just to stay on this path of a possibility that investigators will think about. And that is the verbiage that they decided to use from the Silence of the Lambs. That's, she's kind, she's sweet, talk to her and you will see. And remember, I told you, I think, that I was there at the FBI Academy right after that was filmed. It was released. We got to go to the premiere because one of the guys in my class was in it. He was a physical instructor and he had a huge part in the movie. And Mr. Bonney, who taps her in the shoulder, he was my fit instructor. And all those people there are real people that are agents. Like, it was all extras. It's the most realistic film I've ever seen, other than the fact you'd never take a trainee and have her do all that. But but the rooms there, those were real. Everything was so realistic. Mm-hmm. And they helped, of course, with, the profilers helped with that. And in other words, the scripting, right? And then we know, I believe firmly, they helped with the scripting of a lot was what was said. So when you look at that, what was the type of person? I'm going way down this rabbit hole, but that's fine. What was the type of person that was the bad guy in that? Buffalo Bill, right? Mm-hmm. He kidnapped people for
Buffalo Bill in the chat here as well. Is he still here?
For a very particular reason.
Or is he telling someone to put the lotion on the skin, or they get the hose again, or put the lotion in the goddamn basket?
Now, that was a real dark reason, and maybe this isn't that dark of a reason, but do the profilers who have already written a full-on profile about who they think this person is, do they think that? Do they think that she was taken more to get maybe Savannah's attention? And that's why they're appealing in this soft way.
Yeah.
Talk to her and you'll see,
And what's weird about it is like actually using quotes from Silence of the Lambs. Like there's ways to rephrase that, but I guess why use like literal movie quotes in it? Is it because the profilers, are they thinking, if this is that, it may be a nut that obsesses on movies of that?
Well, two things here. One, you can follow the foliage to a theater near you. YouTube did not let me comment that. But the other thing is, maybe it's not a movie quote. Maybe it was the FBI's actual talking to an abductor script, right? That's what the FBI did, and Silence of the Movies just copied their protocol, right? It's not like, oh, yeah, Silence of the Lambs did it first, and then people are copying that. Like, no, the FBI probably had this as how to talk to someone in a hostage situation, and Silence of the Lambs just probably used it.
Nature, and maybe that will speak to them better than just saying it in a different way.
Yeah, or is that a technique that is used by the behavioral analysis individual that helped with that? Talk to them and you'll see, maybe not even thinking about this 30-year-old movie.
True.
Another profile helped put that in there, and they're going, oh, wow, I guess I probably shouldn't have put that in there, right? Because that's 30 years ago. Only people that think about things like that are old people like me who, and all the people in the audience that have watched that movie. I mean, I've got that movie so memorized because I've watched it so many times because so many people I know are in it. So it makes it even more interesting. But nevertheless, it just makes me wonder if that's what the BAU is thinking.
Well, it's appealing, to inspire them or someone around them to do the right thing and to come forward. And you're going to do that with softer language. You're not going to do that with threats. And so I get where they're coming from. It is weird. It is a little creepy with there's a lot of creepy elements that are sinking into this thing. So many questions. Jennifer Coffindaffer, retired FBI special agent, as always. Thank you so much for coming on and giving us your insight into this case.
Thank you, Tony.
So I'll tell you what, there's a lot of good villains named Bill, by the way. There's Buffalo Bill, Billy the Kid from a town known as Wheeling, West Virginia, with a 6-pack in his hands, or a 6-shooter in his hands, excuse me. Billy Joel was from Oyster Bay, Long Island, with a 6-pack in his hands. And then there's Billy Clinton, Bill O'Reilly, a lot of villains named Bill. Wild Bill Hitchcock, is that another one?
What do you know? Let's start here. What do you know about this report of a bloody glove that was found near Nancy's home?
Yeah, so there is a local media outlet reporting that there was a black glove found about a mile from Nancy's home, that it had some blood on it, that the people who found the glove, I guess, had a hard time getting authorities to take it seriously, to even come pick it up. But eventually it seems like it was picked up. I'll tell you, Jesse, though.
So someone was saying this in the chat earlier. Report, bloody glove found near Nancy's home. How about that? This video is less than 1 hour old, by the way. Well, it says it. It gives it away. 9:03 Pacific Mountain Time. So now, older than that when they did this. But they didn't post it to YouTube until later.
I mean, there are so many black gloves around here. I mean, I've lost count of how many people have found or seen a black glove in this neighborhood, in this part of Tucson. Everybody's sort of on the lookout for black gloves now. So
I'm going to die of typhus because there's only 473 likes. There should be closer to 1,000 likes. I'm going to get freaking typhus. What else would I get? All sorts of things. Hay fever, the Black Plague. But likes are the cure. Likes better than any vaccine. Likes.
Personally, I'm not putting much weight in. There's just gloves everywhere, it seems like, at this point. So I don't know. We'll see. It didn't look, I couldn't tell exactly that it was blood in the picture that I saw, but we'll have to wait and see.
And I just have to temper this one more time. The glove that they found, that they put in the DNA, they put into CODIS, there was something about that glove they thought stood out, the one that was nearly 2 miles away. I know they're doing genetic genealogy testing on it, waiting for the results back. I hope it proves something, but it could be very well not even connected to this case whatsoever. I hate to say it, but that could be the truth. Okay, let's talk about this idea that there could be more than one suspect. Where did that come from?
So that theory's been floating around for a while because you think about it and it just makes sense. I mean, could one person have really pulled this off alone? Was there a getaway driver? Was there someone who ran around the backside of the house?
So to reiterate about the bloody glove, though, Brian Etton's basically saying, don't get your hopes up. There's so many black gloves around here. It doesn't really mean anything that there's a blood on one glove. The percent chance that it's from the suspect, low. So temper your expectations is basically what Brian Etton is saying. Now they're talking about the multiple suspects. And to me, that's just, clearly there could be multiple suspects, clearly.
You know, all sorts of experts who have been analyzing this case since the beginning have brought that up. But what's interesting, Jesse, is today in this official release from the sheriff's office, the official update, they give us one every day, they very clearly said that investigators are not ruling out the possibility of additional suspects, which I just thought was interesting that they are now putting that out officially. And the sheriff has said that in the past, but just seeing it in black and white today makes me wonder if maybe there's some new information that's come in that they think for sure there's more than one person involved.
I find it fascinating what they'll confirm and not confirm. Like, they still haven't confirmed if there was forced entry at the Guthrie home, right? I mean, you went right up to the front porch. Any reason why they haven't confirmed that? Maybe they haven't, I missed it. And what did you see when you went to the front porch?
Yeah, they definitely have not confirmed it because initially there were reports, and this is way early on in the first couple days I was here, that there was forced entry. And I remember the sheriff shot that down and said, I don't know where that's coming from. We're not going to confirm that. It appears that the suspect likely didn't go in the front door, but came out the front door. So we don't know if they had to break it, or whoever it is had to break in through the back, or if maybe there was a door that was left open. We still don't know. That is one of the things that the sheriff will not comment on, and there really haven't been any leaks on that front. What we saw, though, is you're looking at the video now. That's what we saw when we were able to go to the front door. That's when we saw the blood out there. And, there was like, you remember in the video where you could see the suspect putting the like the leaves and the shrubbery up against the camera. You could see where he threw that on the ground. That's still there.
And there was always the possibility, did Nancy come out? I mean, we still have not a lot of details about it. I thought the part about the Mexican authorities kind of downplaying that she went there, on one hand, following this case, you'd be like, yeah, it makes sense. Why would someone take her to Mexico? That seems strange. But on the other hand, you did an excellent report yesterday where you went there.
So the Mexican authorities downplayed the fact that they might have taken her to Mexico. Now, why would they do that? Maybe they don't want to do the work. Maybe like, I don't want to look at this case. I wouldn't put that past them. But again, like I said, if I took her, that's probably the first place I would go. I would say yes. I'd be much less likely to get caught in Mexico. Maybe for this reason, they don't even want to look. Of course I'll go to Mexico rather than be in America where everyone and their mother, excuse the pun, knows about this case. Anyone who has Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, everyone knows because every news channel's talked about it. My 96-year-old grandmother knows about it. Everyone knows about it.
You explained how easy it would be to transport somebody there, how easy it would be to get the medications that she would need to survive at a Mexican pharmacy. What were your thoughts on that today and why they completely shut it down? I mean, I don't know if you're hearing from authorities in the United States that despite that they're still interested in it, but it seems like a big blow.
Well, it seems like it would be impossible to fully shut it down just because if you go...
Oh, yes. Jesse Weber here. He's also in Law and Crime Network, right? He's the one going over the Epstein stuff. So as we approach 500 likes, though, it's better than a vaccine for my cholera, my bubonic plague, pneumonia.
South from here, you hit Mexico quickly.
Yeah.
I mean, so how can you totally, unless they know for sure that she wasn't taken there, but they don't. They've said there's no evidence she was taken there, and there's no evidence she wasn't taken there. But yeah, I thought it was interesting. I don't know if it's more of a PR thing. I mean, it seems like the Mexicans were quick to just be like, no, we don't have anything to do with it. We have no evidence that she's here. But from what I'm hearing behind the scenes, the FBI is still in communication with them. They have a pretty good, there's actually an FBI office in Mexico. So what I'm told is they have a good relationship with past investigations. The Mexicans are very good at investigating kidnappings. So we'll just have to see where it goes.
And
Interesting case in Mexico, the Pancho Villa, way back in the day, early 1900s. Interesting case, by the way, for any of you history buffs out there.
the DNA, I mentioned it before, it has to go genetic genealogy. They have to put it into a public database. They compare that, obviously, with other information they're getting in the case.
Buffalo Bill, make sure you're nice to the senator's daughter in the hole there.
Have you heard anything about the status of that?
No, and there was in the update today, they officially said that that's ongoing, and my gut is that that's going to take some time. That's what I've been told by everyone who in the know on that and who has done it in the past on other cases. You know, it doesn't usually just take days. It usually takes weeks. Sometimes it takes months. It just depends whoever this suspect is and if that is the right DNA, whether they have extended family members in some of these databases. And we're just going to have to wait and see.
And
thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app.
Such an obnoxious transition to Chris Cuomo there. Yuck. Well, we can see what Joe Pags has to say, or Ashley Banfield. Ah, this looks like a good one.
Who is this guy that abducted Nancy Guthrie? Do we have a profile of him? Well, I don't know if the FBI has one, but a guy who's former FBI does. And he says exactly who he thinks this guy is. It's information you're not going to see anywhere else. James R. Fitzgerald is my guest. You're going to want to watch every second of this. At the end, he gives that profile. The Nancy Guthrie missing persons case for the kidnap.
So yeah, there's a Brian Etten video I didn't go over yet, the one from yesterday. You might do that. I don't know if I'll do it. Well, we'll see. We already played the most recent one. We'll see how it goes. But this is Joe Pags. Check out Joe Pags' channel too. I like him. He's no nonsense and to the point. He's like Brian Etten in that way. Make sure you're liking my videos too, so I don't die from cholera or pneumonia or polio.
Case or the ransom case or the I'm not sure what that kind of case it is still wide open. We don't know where Nancy Guthrie is. She's been in almost 3 weeks now as we do this interview. Wanted to bring in James Fitzgerald. He is an amazing mind when it comes to things like this. Supervisory special agent with the FBI, retired. JamesRFitzgerald.com. Also the co-host of the Cold Red podcast. James, how are you? Good to see you.
I'm great, Joe. Thanks for having me on your podcast and your program.
Yeah, no, you're very welcome.
For frame of reference, this is the guy that's normally on the Megyn Kelly panel. And I remember saying 2 days ago that I think this guy's good. The problem is Megyn Kelly doesn't really give him a chance to shine, nor does she give Maureen O'Connell a chance to shine either. But I'm very curious what this guy has to say because I think Joe Pags is going to let him talk.
It's going to be a podcast and it'll be the radio show too, so you weren't wrong. Let's talk about this case. I don't get it because, again, I've been in news and information a really long time, 36 years. I don't recall such a high-profile case like this taking anywhere near this long to get some sort of answers. We thought we had a break. We see the video from the doorbell camera, from the Nest camera. Then we hear about people are being detained and we're putting up tarps and we're getting DNA. James, what do you think's going on with this?
Well, when I do these interviews with folks like yourself and well-respected folks like yourself who are asking good questions, I do remind them that Unabomb took 17 years and he was bombing the whole time.
Great point.
I worked the D.C. sniper case in 2002. He was killing people. They were killing people the whole time. 10 people and a bunch of other injured. That took 3 weeks. Even the Brown University shooting took the better part of a week to put together, and a lot of people were frustrated then. It's not easy being in the middle of a task force such as this, and in many cases, a lot of law enforcement officers working together who had never worked together before, and depending on who's in charge and who has supervisory roles, getting everything organized. I would like to think that happened within the first 48 hours with the sheriff's office. They were originally working the case as the lead, with the FBI and other agencies coming in later. But they are looking for the proverbial needle in a haystack, and the haystack is in some desert area of the southwest of the U.S. And they're following, I have no doubt, every lead they possibly can. But it's not easy, and there's so many mitigating variables that come in. And I said from day one, I did my first interview, I think on February 3rd on the media, and I said, this is a clear abduction, no ands, if, or buts. And it's either for revenge with multiple bullet points beneath that, or it's for profit. The for-profit part are very, very rare.
Revenge or for profit. I'm 100% on board with him so far. So his name is James R. Fitzgerald, Supervisory Special Agent, FBI, retired. JamesFitzgerald.com.
In these countries, maybe I'm talking about a traditional kidnapping.
Yeah.
If you've read the books from back in the day, almost 100 years ago, hard to believe it, the Lindbergh baby was kidnapped.
Yes.
That was a for-profit, legit, if you will, stranger kidnapping. Frank Sinatra Jr., the early 60s, an heir to the Coors brewery company in the, I think, late 50s.
Right.
I worked a couple kidnapping, in 92, indirectly. The Exxon executive in northern New Jersey was kidnapped. He died on the 4th day, but the husband and wife kidnapper teams kept it up for another 50 days to try to get the ransom money. Wow. They got some of it, eventually arrested. A year later, I
think that's the one that happened from the driveway, right? The Exxon case in New Jersey.
CEO of a tuxedo company in New York City was kidnapped. And Harvey Weinstein was his name, no relation to the present day pervert. But this guy lived for 13 days in a hole in the ground, got away with it. The only case that comes close to this was in Norway. I've done my research. 2018, a woman was reported missing from her home. There's a note in the home. She's been kidnapped. We want these many, euros, or may have even been bitcoins back then. But these are so rare as kidnapping. So to go back, I don't think this was set up as a for-profit kidnapping. Let's go back to abduction. I said
I agree with him. I don't think it's for a for-profit kidnapping. And notice, we're 4 minutes in here, and I feel like he's given us more in 4 minutes than he's had in many segments on Megyn Kelly. And it's not his fault. I think it's Megyn Kelly's fault for not getting the best out of him.
Revenge.
Right.
Now, what does that mean? It doesn't necessarily mean Nancy Guthrie, a revenge against her. She is what we call a low-risk victim. Basically, every matrix you want to look at, she's low on that totem pole. Younger, she's not doing drugs, alcohol, walking the streets, human trafficking, nothing like that. So, and safe neighborhood, all those type things. So who else in the family could there be a reason for this revenge, this anger, vengeance, whatever you want to call it? And you have to look at her daughter, of course, Savannah. And I'm not saying she's involved. I'm just saying any of her family is involved.
Right.
Because there's someone out there that knew this woman's on TV talking about different things at different times, and has his mother living in Tucson. The daughter is wealthy. Let's make some kind of a statement here, and let's take this woman and abduct her. A lot of this was proven accurate a week later when we got the videos from the scene with the guy with the mask, whatever. Right. So it's an abduction that was successful. We can talk about the guy at the scene putting the flowers up to the camera. Pretty awkward there. To me, that ruled out Mexican cartel, which I never considered serious. But if it is a kidnapping for profit, in the very beginning, it's failed. And the other ones that came out, these letters to TMZ and the Tucson stations, they were opportunists just taking advantage.
I agree, and I agree. If it was a ransom, clearly it failed. I don't think that was their goal. And I think the ones sent to TMZ are certainly just opportunistic exploiters. But by the way, I'm having a tetanus flare-up over here. 600 likes will cure my tetanus flare-up. So likes are free. And subscriptions to the channel are also free.
Of a situation, sadly taken advantage. One guy's been arrested in California. The other ones could be in Eastern Europe, in Africa, whatever. So a successful abduction, if it ever was planned to be a kidnapping, unsuccessful on the part of this person, I think it's more for personal reasons, something to do with the extended Guthrie family.
I want to get into that in earnest for sure, but let's get rid of the for-profit part completely.
I like it. So he thinks it's something to do with the extended Guthrie family. That would not surprise me one bit. And then maybe that leads you to believe a little bit of the LD character, maybe. I'm not saying his name purposefully, because a lot of places, and our favorite Brian Netton has refused to say that name as well, by the way. So I try to take my cues on what's appropriate and what's not from people like him.
If we can, although it still can happen, but let's, for the purposes of this conversation, let's get rid of that by doing this. Wouldn't they have shown a sign of life? Give me something if you want that money. If you want the Bitcoin or where the hell the ransom is supposed to be, if you don't show any signs of life, this isn't 1927 when the Lindbergh thing happened. We've got all sorts of video everywhere where you pick up your phone, you send a sign of life. That's actually pretty easy. And you can cloak it through VPNs and everything else and hide where you are. So wouldn't there have been something to say, here's the commodity that we have. If you want it back, you'll give us the money.
100%. And the rules of kidnapping, and there's not that many of them. They do happen in Mexico, Central America, South America, of course, occasionally in Europe. But when these do happen, the code is, we'll consider paying you the money, but we want some kind of proof of life. Real quick examples: when the Exxon executive in 1992 was kidnapped, in the mail to the family was his Exxon credit card.
Right.
That proved they had some kind of custody of this guy, certainly his wallet. A year later, the guy they put in the hole, the Harvey Weinstein, the good Harvey Weinstein, they were lowering a tape recorder to him, and they had a burner phone, and they would play these tapes of me. Yeah, this is Harvey. Give them the money. Get me out of here. And everything. I'm good for now. So there's that proof of life in that particular case. We knew Patty Hearst was not a for-profit kidnapping. That was political. But there's pictures of her robbing banks. There's other videos that she put out. So the kidnappers know. So that's why this is not a serious kidnapping. Boy, if it was, they really violated every single rule of kidnapping, and the other ones are just opportunists, like I said. So again, the FBI has to investigate these. I hope they have their best, tech people involved, trying to get through these anonymizer walls and everything else to get the IP addresses. And I'm sure they're working on that. But I would focus on the other part of this, the victimology of Mrs. Guthrie and everything surrounding her, concentric circles on outwards.
James,
by the way, I think this guy's analysis is some of the best analysis we've heard in the case. I think clear, direct, concise, and to the point. I might be pushing this guy up in my rankings here. We might be getting to be equivalent to Maureen, maybe even at some point here. But I like this guy. This guy, James Fitzgerald. I like him.
JamesRFitzgerald.com. Go and follow him there. Go check out the podcast, Cold Red Podcast. Cold Red Podcast, and his book series, A Journey to the Center of the Mind, books 1, 2, 3, and 4. Always appreciate the time. So let's get into the revenge aspect. Okay, you've got a grudge against the family. I'm just making assumptions here. Hypothetically, you've got a grudge against the family. You might have a problem with Savannah. Could be something else. Somebody else in the family might have said or done something wrong to you. I don't see this 84-year-old being the person that you have the grudge against, but what do I know? She could have run into somebody at the grocery store and gave him a dirty look. I have no idea the inner workings of insane minds. That said, what does that look like? Because the guy goes there, he doesn't look that unfamiliar to the house to me, but I'm not a former investigator. You're right with the shrubs and the flowers over the camera. Then you rip the camera down, the whole thing. But he's in getup, James, from head to toe to make sure nobody knows who the hell this is. And you're right. Unfortunately, the abduction was successful. So what does revenge look like? What do you start piecing together as an investigator? He may have done it for this, or this. Let's take the money out of it.
Very good question by Joe Pags. I'm very curious of response because I'm curious where the revenge motive would be coming from. But someone asked about Maureen. I mean, Maureen's been on Megyn Kelly, but when she's there, you don't hear much from her. It's not like a Brian Etten interview of her where you hear a lot of what she thinks. When she's on the panel there, you just don't get as much out of her, which is disappointing.
Well, first of all, Joe, very important when it comes to these sort of grievances in these matters of threat cases, whatever we're looking at, and we'll say revenge right here. That's just the word I've been using right under the left side of the abduction paradigm with for-profit on the other. The revenge could be for something real or imagined.
Oh, wow.
And what's imagined can be very real to the person who's imagining it. And you know what I mean? And it can be healthy to have an imagination. That's a good thing. Little kids, adults, whatever it is. But when it involves kidnapping people or hurting people in some way, that's when the imagination has to be put on check.
I want you to continue on that, but I got to tell you, James, you're the first person. I've interviewed a lot of people on this who has said this could just be a perceived grievance and it could be somebody's imagination. Please continue on that angle. That's crazy.
Well, yeah, because I'll use the technical term, the insane brain of how these people work.
Yeah.
Their synapses definitely don't connect like yours and mine, and no doubt the majority of your audience. So they have some kind of and this could have fomented Joe for years. We don't know. It could be months. Look at the guy in the Brown shooting. I put a profile. I wouldn't mind discussing the profile that my co-host partner and I put out just the other night, and no one else has done it in this case.
Yeah.
So I would like to put that out.
Please.
But look at the Brown University case. We put a profile and say this guy had a grievance. He had revenge against Brown or something to do with Brown. Then, of course, the professor was killed at MIT. Somehow he fit in, and it goes back months, maybe years. And I'll be honest with you, I didn't think it was a quarter of a century. But that's how long ago he was in at Brown University, and they kicked him out, or somehow he got out of the program. And the MIT professor, they went to school together in Portugal in the late 90s. So these people can carry these frustrations.
30 years, wow.
These aggravations, 30 plus years. Now, and Kaczynski, the Unabomber, was the same way. Jets would fly over 30,000 feet over his cabin with the contrail.
And he makes another good point here. The revenge factor could be an imagined revenge factor. We all like to think, oh, it must have been some real reason, like, oh, Clinton or Democrat fixer or whatever. But sometimes the reasonings that you hear turn out to be completely absurd. And you're like, what? You did it because of what? And for all we know, that might be what it is here. So it's a good thing that James mentioned that here. I agree. That's a possibility. Like, for example, I think even the person that assassinated John Lennon, I mean, what did he say his freaking reasoning was? What was the person who tried to assassinate Reagan's reason was? So think about those famous things and think about their reasoning. Jack Ruby, when he assassinated, or I guess you should say murdered Lee Harvey Oswald, he said his reasoning was, oh, I didn't want to have to see Mrs. Kennedy, Jackie Kennedy, in court, so I killed him. Like, really? That's what it was?
And that the little sound disruption twice a day is what caused him then to send bombs to the airlines in his early days. So, you can real or imagine, you can parse those as far down. Someone punches you in the mouth, you want to get back at them.
Yes.
That's kind of real. Rightly or wrongly, maybe you deserve to get punched. I don't know.
Right.
But that would be a real revenge. But if you think someone punched you in the mouth or looked at you the wrong way, that's imagined. And of course, that's a minor example. It could be much more intense and just built into the whole mindset of this particular person. So
I want to get I want to get the profile of the person from you, because I didn't see it on your podcast. I hope people will go check it out, the Cold Red podcast. But I want to get that in a second. Does anything go in your mind as an investigator, and as somebody who has investigated this stuff for a very long time, with how much planning went into it? Because it wasn't a guy that just said, that's it, I'm at the boiling point, I'm going to go grab her and do what I'm going to do. Again, head to toe. He obviously went to Walmart, got the backpack, got the gloves, got the pants, got the jacket, has his head covered up. Maybe he has the car parked in a certain way. Is there anything to all this planning, or could that actually play into this mentality of perception is reality? He might have had the grudge for years, for all we know.
You're a little bit ahead of me with the profile, but the bottom line is, yes, this person was mission-oriented, another term we like to use in profiling. Sometimes they're not. And I've interviewed serial offenders in prison. Part of our training to be new profilers in Quantico, go out to the prisons and guys that are long put away. Why did you rape this woman, but not this woman? Why did you stay 3 hours with this one and 3 minutes with this one?
Right.
And you really get an insight, I should say, into their brains, as disturbing as they are. So we don't know. So this guy was mission oriented. Yes, pre-planning. That is absolutely, we call it. And when you hear the profile, it's really more behavioral characteristics. It's pre-offense behavior, post-offense behavior. And I want people to think about, if they know someone in their life, what he was doing before this kidnapping, February 2nd, we're calling it a kidnapping abduction, and then what he's been doing now. And I even broke it down to the first week before the video came out, then perhaps how he reacted the week after the video came out. And that's how we put this together. This was not a guy hitchhiking down the street and whatever, sees a house. Oh, it looks nice and dark. Let me throw my mask on and this gun holster in the front of my pants hanging down, like Sigmund Freud would have a field day where
I'm starting to get scurvy over here. I'm noticing there's not enough likes. Likes are also the cure for scurvy, just as good as vitamin C for scurvy, I hear. Also, subscribing to the channel is free as well. But super chats are a great way to support the channel. So are memberships, so are super stickers. And I go live every night to talk about true crime current events, and I use my personal experience with mental health addiction and narcissistic abuse to give my unique perspective on those things. And there's an awesome flock of black sheep in the chat. Don't underestimate them. They're a great group of people.
Kept that holster. It served no purpose there. And it probably would explain a lot about this guy. But at the same time, he goes in the house the way he did. No, he had he had prior knowledge of this house, either in it or he knew someone who was in it and got that information from them, even if they didn't know they were giving him information to commit this crime.
It is James R. Fitzgerald. Go and check him out, jamesrfitzgerald.com. Check out that podcast with the full profile of this guy that he worked up. Cold Red Podcast is the name of the podcast. Go and get it. So do you think there was more than one person? Because every investigator I've talked to has a different opinion on this. Some say he tried the front door thinking somebody came in the back door and would have unlocked it by then and let him in. And then he had to figure out what to do from there. And of course, we see the fidgeting with the camera. Do you think he's by himself? Does somebody who fits the profile that you've come up with here, maybe a revenge sort of thing, does he have a partner, or is he by himself?
Great question by Joe Pags. Let's see what he says. I think not by himself. That's my vote.
Whenever we put a profile together, if the evidence suggests more than one person, the profile will reflect that.
Yeah.
But what we'll go for is then here is the leader, here is the alpha male. If there is more than one, the profile you're about to hear or read, whatever, is that of the main person who's kind of running the show. Now, it could also relate to a secondary, even tertiary person involved. I think most likely there was a second person involved, perhaps.
I stopped just to make Robert more happy with me, so he can go to watch on Joe Bag's channel. And I want to let everyone know he'll be banned from this channel for being a turd ball, as he called me. Thank you.
Perhaps in a car that we can't see in any of the videos.
Okay.
At least it's been released to the public. Remember, the FBI and the Sheriff's Department are holding some things back, and I respect that. They should.
Well, there was a roof
They
camera, right, James? I
consider-
mean, if there was a roof camera and they could have got the video from that like they did from the front door camera, there's a reason why we haven't seen that, right?
Certainly investigative reasons, and I'm fine with that, and we can speculate all we want in that regard. But
Yeah.
and I hope there's other cameras up and down the street, red light cameras, that something unusual went by,
Yeah.
and they can get something out of those. So, but yeah, I can't rule out a second person. I think he could have carried Mrs. The guy looked big enough. It's not easy carrying a limp person, or certainly someone who's fighting.
Right.
I'm not even suggesting Mrs. Guthrie, is deceased.
Right.
Hoping positively that she's out there somewhere. Elizabeth Smart came back a year later. Again,
Yeah.
a kidnapping that wasn't for profit. That was a sex thing, different than what we're looking at here. So this person could have such an obsession or a fantasy with Savannah Guthrie that just sitting in a room talking to the woman who gave birth to her could give some kind of a pleasure to him. But of course, a bizarre one that makes no sense to anyone else. And boy, if this guy's listening, I've learned over the years, Joe, that these guys who commit these crimes, they check the newspapers in the old days. They'd watch the 6 and 6:30 news, and now they're also signing online to hear what the experts are talking
Well,
about.
he wants to hear
I hope
what
this guy is smart enough not to hurt her.
No, and I'm with you, and I hope that he doesn't either. But I want to go back to the revenge factor, because if it is about Savannah, and I don't know what it's about. All I know is that there's an 84-year-old woman that should be at her house right now enjoying her life, but she's not because of this bad guy. But if it's about Savannah, she can't know what he's doing with her mother. So is that the satisfaction a sick degenerate like this gets? That he knows he's hurting her? That's enough?
Or somehow get close to her, to the mother, and the only way he can do it is through to Savannah is through the mother. I mean, don't forget.
So I guess this guy's podcast is Cold Red, Unshaken, Unafraid. All right, we'll have to check this out. Write it down. Cold Red.
John Hinckley shot and almost killed President Reagan to somehow impress Jodie Foster.
Right.
That was in 1981.
Did I not mention that? What did I tell you? I'm on the ball with some of this stuff, right? I said with the motives and things, and he brought up the very thing I mentioned. And someone in the chat knew it was the Jodie Foster motive. Very good.
And other stalkers have done that. I worked in New York City in the FBI in the early 90s, and I worked a lot with NBC, the head of security. Their female anchors and on-air personalities were always getting threatened. Ann Coulter, I became friends with her. She was being threatened by a stalker. We had to deal with that. So women get these women, especially on TV, stalkers, and they become obsessive with them. They can't get to the woman herself or her family, her kids, direct family. So in this case, is it possible? And I'm not locking into this, by the way, Joe. I'm saying,
well, whatever happened here, this audio is trash, but it doesn't take away from his intelligence.
it's a possibility. And I think every email that she's ever received, meaning Savannah, in the last 5 years, letters to come in the mail, little packages, a bouquet of roses, that has to look, and that may be someone who had some sort of an asphyxiation with her, not asphyxiation, obsession with her. And by the way, it's called erotomania. It's actually in the DSM, Diagnostic Statistical Manual, shrinks use. It's actually a diagnosed disease of stalkers. They can't get a person out of their mind. Women do it, men do it, and towards other people, celebrities usually, they think they're in love with them. They think the celebrity loves them back. If they can't get to that celebrity, maybe in a case of this, they go to the next one. All I'm saying is this is something from the revenge side of this abduction we're talking about. This is something that has to be considered on the part of the investigators, and I'm sure they are.
James R. Fitzgerald, Supervisory Special Agent from the FBI. He's retired now. JamesRFitzgerald.com. The Cold Red Podcast is the podcast. Get his books, The Journey to the Center of the Mind books, 1, 2, 3, and 4. There is a bit of an internet glitch going on, so just stick with us, though. This information is some of the most, the newest information that I've heard. It's certainly a unique information that I've heard from anybody else. You talked earlier, and I want to get the Mexican connection or the possible connection out of the way. You talked earlier about how this guy was carrying the gun. From what I was told by Randy Sutton, a former police officer, was that's called a Mexican carry, which makes one think, okay, so is there a connection to Mexico here somehow? I have guns. I would never have a holster in front of me like that. Like you said, Freud would have a field day with that, the way he was carrying it. But allegedly that's a Mexican carry. I know the FBI says it's been in contact with Mexico. How willing is Mexico usually to work? How willing are they to work with the FBI and with authorities
A Mexican carry. That's an interesting way to frame it, right?
here in a case like this? Do you think they quickly found out if yes, there is a Mexican connection, or no, there isn't because of that contact?
Connection was made very early on in this investigation, whether it was acknowledged or denied or what in the beginning. Miles from the border, give or take, this has to be looked into. But I'll tell you what, it's not easy to take, if a woman is still alive or anybody is still alive, keep them under control through border, the border somewhere with the border patrol officers, what have you. Now, we're really focused right now in this country, thankfully, in the last year and a half or so, year plus, of keeping people from coming into the country should be here. But maybe there are routes to get out of the country, not as difficult to tell as possible. They went to Mexico, but this does not seem like it has anything to do with Mexico. This is a one or two man team that got together and said, "Hey, I have an idea. This lady on TV, let's go get her mother." And they have some information from some house cleaner or pool person, something like that. It could be three or four down the line or layers down the line where this information came from, and they took it upon themselves. So once again, Mexico cannot be ruled out as the source of the perpetrators of this offense, but I wouldn't be surprised at all if this was somebody more local to the Tucson area, or at least having former familiarity with the Tucson area.
James R. Fitzgerald, go and follow him on his website, jamesrfitzgerald.com. Go check out the podcast, Cold Red Podcast. What do you make of the FBI isn't saying anything? And what I mean by that is I wouldn't really have a problem with it unless or if we didn't see this Chris Nanos out there every single day on sitting down one-on-one with several different reporters. The sheriff is out there out front making a fool of himself, I believe, and of his sheriff's department, while the FBI isn't saying much of anything. What do you make of that?
Yeah, another good question by Joe Pags. Let's see what he says.
Well, good cop, bad cop, loud cop, quiet cop.
Okay.
You tell me. I would like to think there is a coordination between any sort of press release that they're...
In lieu of likes, super chats like this from Peach do great for my scurvy and tetanus. Thank you very much there, Peach, for the super sticker. Greatly appreciated. It takes the place of several vaccinations. Thank you very much.
That they're going through, press releases they're going through right now, and even the individual interviews that the sheriff is doing. I'm careful to be too critical of people. There's a lot of stuff going on behind the line. We're all outsiders. I don't have sources. I would never call any agents I know, "Hey, can you tell me what's happening?"
Right.
I wouldn't want that done to me back in the day, and I wouldn't do it to them. So, I'm assuming, the Bureau and the Sheriff's Department are getting along, and they're moving forward on this, and slowly but surely. Luckily, there's not a rash of kidnappings. Again, DC sniper case, over 3 weeks, people are getting killed every few days. This has been one abduction and done for now. Doesn't mean it can never happen again, no. But at least they're doing everything they can to find out and solve this crime, find, of course, Mrs. Guthrie, and hopefully take it from there. And they're not, they're looking into Mexico, they're looking northbound other parts of the country. But I have a feeling the longer you're traveling with either a live person or who doesn't want to be with you, or perhaps a deceased person, it's more of a chance of getting caught. This was a high-risk crime already. Yeah. My hands up in the air if you're only listening and not watching. And it was a high-risk crime already. And to carry a uncooperative person in your trunk or wherever, even with duct tape and binding on them, it still make it even more high risk for you. So the shorter distance you had to travel, the better. Would it be difficult, impossible to do, get in the Mexican border? Of course not. But I think for the as rare as kidnappings are, if the cartel was doing this, they wouldn't spend 41 minutes inside the place or even longer.
Right.
They would have let everyone know right away. If it's cartel.
And this is true. I think we mentioned this a couple of days ago, but Sheriff Nanos's brother did die like the day after or right around the day of the disappearance. So not that that's an excuse, but maybe it can explain things. But again, former Undersheriff Rick Castiger and the other deputy there, they seem to have problems with him long before that happened anyway.
Cartel or Mexican, why did they do this? This isn't some obsessed fan from Mexico. If they get money, they did a piss poor job of getting the kidnapping part done because of what you said earlier, Joe, and I've been saying for almost 3 weeks now. Proof of life. Everyone knows that. You need that to pay the money out.
Ring camera footage showed up from 3:04 a.m. just like yesterday or something, in not far proximity from Nancy Guthrie's house, and it appears to show a person that's got a backpack with the same sort of reflectors. This one doesn't make sense to me, but then again, abducting people doesn't make sense to me either. Would the person who did this really keep the backpack and maybe use it again and be caught on some ring camera, or do you think this is a coincidence?
There are cheapskates even among serial offenders and kidnappers and abductors, and they bought this thing and they think if they get rid of it, first of all, it could have evidence in it, and they don't want people finding it. But they could also still keep it, and we're not giving away trade secrets here. You're seen with a distinctive set of sneakers or backpack or something. People know sometimes to get rid of it, destroy it, whatever. So, but it's also looking back in the past and finding out who bought these things with cash, with cards, and there's ways of determining both through surveillance cameras at these different storefronts. So it's hard to these people can be obsessive and sort of OCD in and of themselves, and they don't want to give anything away. I bought this backpack, even if it's just $19 at Walmart, and they just want to hold on to it. And a lot of these guys, when I talk to these prisoners, these inmates, serial killers, serial rapists, they would bring into a scene their rape kit, their kill kit, in this case an abduction kit. What that guy had in the backpack, I don't know, because looks like it was a packed parachute. Of course it wasn't, but it and all the stuff he had in there. And you think he would have had some duct tape or electrical tape to cover the lens on the camera. Instead, he's picking flowers, flora of some sort, to put up against there. That part really made no sense to me. So it told me this guy wasn't. He was organized to get to the front door. Then some of his organizational skills fell apart, and it's like he really never kind of did this before. But he's seen enough old movies and internet searches. You wear the hat, everything that he did, gloves. And by the way, I put out there, including in my profile, that this guy may be a Zodiac killer aficionado. And if anyone edits this or anything, he's the Zodiac killer coming back, 50 some years later.
Right.
This is, but someone who may, if you know this person, he may be doing searches on the internet, because the hat is kind of similar to at least one of the sort of hood things that the Zodiac person wore, according to one of his victims in the San Francisco Bay Area, late 60s, early 70s, who happened to survive his attack.
So very interesting. This guy could be studying, serial killers through history. What I wonder is, because you got to get back in the mind of the person. What is it that he wants now? Because if it's about revenge, and again, we're making a lot of, assertions that may or may not be the case at the end of the day. But if it's about revenge and if it's about hurting Savannah, do you think the person wants to just continue hurting that family? Is there anything that has to happen for him to say, all right, I've done enough now? Or that's just not even a possibility in his head?
That's another question I'd want to know too, right? So is the goal just to hurt Savannah or to hurt her husband? And when is that goal accomplished? Or maybe if it was killing the mother, then it's already accomplished, right?
Yeah, it's hard to think like someone who would abduct an 84-year-old woman. I don't know. And of course, the plan could have went asunder with her heart condition, and within an hour, she dies. I mean, and that happened in a kidnapping, like I said, in 1992 in northern New Jersey. That guy he lived 4 days, then died. And they kept the Lindbergh baby died that night within hours of coming out of the nursery in Hopewell, New Jersey. Right. But the kidnapper kept it up for like a year and a half, and Charles was paying money to some strange guy.
Hopewell, New Jersey is actually not very far from me. Around 45 minutes from me.
In a cemetery in the Bronx. So I don't know how much he would think in that regard, or what he would want to do with this woman. Maybe keeping her alive is somehow keeping his hopes of some relationship with Savannah alive, and look how well I treated your mother. I could have done bad things to her, but I didn't. And I'm just throwing out there. I don't know this is true or
Right.
not, but she could be in some kind of a safe and kept careful watch over and being fed and whatever, and her medication somehow attained. So I just don't know where that is.
James R. Fitzgerald, we appreciate it. Go get his.
So please remember to like the video while you're here and subscribe to the channel if you're not already. I go live every night to talk about true crime and current events.
Books, The Journey to the
And there's a great flock of black sheep here in the live chat. Great people.
Center of the Mind, books 1, 2, 3, and 4. Also, go check out the Cold Red podcast. Very, very important. Go through the profile for me if you don't mind. This is exclusive stuff that I have not heard before. Go ahead.
Sure, and we did this in every case as profilers back in the day. DC Sniper, the Anthrax case, some of the big cases I worked, Unabomb prior to that, and you want to put something out to the public. The profilers in this case aren't doing it. I don't have inside information, but I know enough about these types of crimes that I think we can put something out there that someone who knows this person will recognize. Now remember, look at the video, look at the size and the shape of this person, and the stuff that he's wearing. Consider a Tucson, area, either present day or recent past. And otherwise, here what we're looking for, break it into two categories: pre-offense behavior. So this is before the crime. Unusually distracted, aloof, inordinately busy, but for unclear reasons. So
this is great stuff here. We've never heard anyone talk about this yet. So the pre-crime behavior, and I should rewind it so you can really pay attention.
But I know enough about these types of crimes that I think we can put something out there that someone who knows this person will recognize. Now, remember, look at the video, look at the size and the shape of this person, and the stuff that he's wearing. Consider a Tucson, area, either present day or recent past. And otherwise, here what we're looking for, break it into two categories: pre-offense behavior. So this is before the crime. Unusually distracted, aloof, inordinately busy, but for unclear reasons, self-absorbed, spending more and more internet time, purchasing odd materials, perhaps financial issues, but I'm not going to lock into that too much. And once again, they're real or perceived. And he possesses one of these abduction kits that I just talked about, like the backpack in the video, and it could be all kinds of items in there: tapes, masks, restraints, rope, wire, tools, flashlights, etc. Not to mention the bite light, which are not too many people have there.
Right.
And he may be up one or more female celebrities and or high profile victims. So this is the person you may have known: husband, ex-husband, son, uncle, neighbor, worker, co-worker, before the crime. So now the crime happens February 2nd, early in the morning, that Sunday morning. Now this is his post-offense behavior, but before the video was released. So he has altered behavioral activity, especially the whole weekend of January 30th through February 2nd. His schedule is modified. He's more often in one place or less often in one place, missing work, missing family functions, odd late night hours, out of town, or claims to be for unknown reasons. He may be driving a rental car and for no apparent reason. Then, Joe, the video.
And again, I think LD, it's possible, but I'm certainly not thinking it's as sure of a thing as some people are.
Came out. And this is, I don't think this person maybe expected the video. Maybe he knew she had no subscription, but the Nest people, managed to dig out the video. Right. After the video is released, he gets frenetic, nervous, unstable, highly irritable, moving around physically and much more than so in the past, changes his appearance, following the media obsessively. That's kind of a thumbnail sketch of what this guy is. So I'm imploring to anyone out there, someone like this, even if it's not every single aspect I just read off. No profile is 100% perfect. But if maybe, 90% of what I just said rings the bell with someone call the tip line, the FBI 1-800, and provide that information. I think the rewards have been up a good bit now. Certainly was 100,000. I'm not sure if it went up or not.
It's over 200,000 now.
200,000 now. Yeah, if nothing else, you get a nice reward. If it does turn out to be the person, if not, nothing ventured, nothing gained. So, folks, that's the best we can do as me as an outsider, but someone who's profiled a lot of big-time criminals back in the day and got them right. This is hopefully this would help you identify this person. Do it for the money if you want, but do it to help maybe free Mrs. Nancy Guthrie.
You know, unbelievable information. I can't thank you enough for your time today, even through the internet issues. James, thank you. JamesRFitzgerald.com, the Cold Red Podcast. Go and check that out right now. I hope we'll have you back on again very soon, my man. Thank you for that incredible insight. Thanks.
You're welcome, Joe. Take care.
That's it for Unshaken and Unafraid with Joe Pags. This time, another one to drop.
So check out Joe Pags' channel there. That might be it for tonight. I mean, in terms of the LD thing, what I say is I'm not ruling it out, but I'm not saying it's a sure thing either. That's what I'm saying. Some people are convinced, oh, definitely him. Definitely him. They'll do a comparison with the person in the video. And I'm not so sure. It might be, but I'm just not saying it's a sure thing. That's all. I try to be a little more cautious, considering I don't know all the facts. And hey, if it is him, they have that Range Rover. And I mean, they should be able to put the pieces of the puzzle together if it is. Thank you, Maureen. 587. Got at least get the 600 likes. For all the viewers that we had here, holy mackerel. So, yeah, the reason I don't say his name is because some people are not saying his name. Other people had no problem saying his name, but, you know, I don't want to smear too much, you know, if it's not supposed to be. I haven't heard Brian Etten say it. And that's certainly possible. That's certainly possible, CG. Maureen, you got me here till 6 a.m, maybe, waiting for, at this rate, my Lord, I'll be streaming all the way through until tomorrow night. And then I'll be dead. I'll be dead from my tetanus and polio and yellow fever, cabin fever. It's hard to say because it looks like the guy in the video, his walk is distorted. Like the way he's looking, like it's almost like he's walking like a freaking Bigfoot or something. You ever seen those old Bigfoot videos? That's almost what it looks like he's walking like in that video. Yeah, Maureen. I feel like people have just, we still got a good amount of viewers in here, don't get me wrong, but it's just not as popular as it was last Friday. I mean, last Friday, we were on the cusp, we thought we're going to find a body. We thought, yes, they're on the verge of something. SWAT team raid. They pulled all the equipment out. They had the cars out, medical examiners out, forensics, all sorts. We thought it was something. And then it turned into nothing. So they fooled me. I was skeptical at first, but then I let my guard down and I said, you know what? All these people making something out of this. And that was the night with Dolly, with his thing. And it was just, it was wild. Fiasco. What a fiasco last Friday was. Well, and that could do it too. That person's bigger than me on here. So I had to use my own unique skill set to pull the viewers. Because what is that? What are they even talking about? Right? Yeah, I thought it was going to be something. But then when there was no announcement on Saturday the next day, I was like, well, there's nothing. I don't got a thing. And some people you'll notice on YouTube, what they do is they kind of create the stories themselves. And they'll kind of pull them. Now, Brian Etten won't do that. But some people might do that. Well, Detroit, like I've been saying, very good, Maureen. 614, going faster than we thought. But the case is in danger of, if there's no developments within the next 4 to 5 days, I think the public's attention is going to move on. I mean, the public's attention span, it's miraculous. It's been this long, 20 days, right? I mean, on any given, even on political stories, the stories constantly change. But this has been 20 days of this one thing. You have a good night, Tim. Thanks for joining us here. You think so, Roxy, huh? They might. I mean, they might have everything they need, and then poof, then when you don't expect it, they'll come out. That's possible. I mean, and like Jennifer Koffendorfer said, that Range Rover is still in custody. Now, what I would be curious of also is what's the difference between impounding Annie's car and what happened to the Range Rover? That's a question I'd want to be exploring. He moved his arms, head, and body almost like he had an ADD disorder. Man, you never know because you don't know what he was acting or what was real or if he was under the influence. It's so hard to say. I'm not holding up too much hope for the pacemaker signal because our resident surgical nurse says that it needs to be connected to the transmitter to be found. And it's certainly not connected to the transmitter. The transmitter's by the bed, and the pacemaker is also connected to the phone, and it's connected to neither right now. So I wouldn't expect much from that. Which makes me think, okay, even if they know 90% more than they're telling us, why are they wasting their time with things that are basically a Hail Mary like that? It doesn't make sense. If they really knew so much more, why would they be doing that? Why wouldn't they just be exploring the leads they have? Well, I guess it'll be until he stops. He'll stop when the views stop, though, more than likely. It'll go cold if no DNA evidence shows up or someone doesn't come forward for the reward. Yeah, I think you're right. Why don't pacemakers have mobile connection? I don't think they have the technology for it. Like I said, we have a surgical nurse in the chat, and she keeps me informed on it because I didn't really know how they work. Because some people were saying, well, can't they know, don't they monitor it in the hospital? And sometimes they do, but not always. A casinos lady. Maybe. I mean, I think we're already seeing the case lose steam a little bit. Like, I don't know what JLR is talking about tonight to kind of keep the interest up. The Mexico angle or the Range Rover angle or whatever. But he talks about different things than the people that I normally listen to. I know that. So when I listen to Brian Etten, Megyn Kelly, Joe Pags, Law and Crime Network, it's usually different stuff. Oh, he's not on anymore. You know the CPAP machine, it sends snoring dots directly to the doctor through mobile data? Okay. I guess not all pacemakers do that, though. I gotcha. But that's one of the advantages, me, the shepherd of black sheep, I'm the nighttime streamer, right? I would like to go during the day, but then I would be with more competition. It'd be more competition to take the eyeballs away. Now, I get you. That makes sense. I appreciate you keeping it to yourself, too. It's good. Yes, Dana, I'm certainly a night owl. Did you hear my explanation for being a night owl? I've said people that have a narcissistic parent or grew up in a dysfunctional family, they were constantly criticized during the day or belittled, insulted. They couldn't be themselves. So they felt like they had to walk on eggshells, but there was one time a day that wasn't true, and that was at nighttime when everyone else went to bed. Then they could finally relax and be them. And for some people, maybe that was during the day, like in the early morning. But that would make sense to me. This is also true, Maureen. We don't know how long she's had it. What I think is it was probably more revenge. if it was for ransom, they completely blundered it, right? They didn't get a dime. So it's either they blundered the ransom or it's for revenge, and probably someone that knows the family somehow. That would be my guess. Nothing wrong with that, CG. A cat is I can't even call her a night owl. She's more like a anything owl. It's like a horse. Those horses, they sleep while standing up a lot of times, and they only sleep for like bits and pieces of the day. Like they sleep for a few hours, like a couple hours at a time. It's weird. I think so too, Arlene. It's just a matter of, Arlene says the officials are holding back info. It's just a matter of what they're holding back. But while you're all here, please remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel if you're not already. We have an awesome flock of black sheep in the chat. The people that felt like they couldn't fit in other places, they'll fit in here. And I consider myself the shepherd of black sheep, or the wizard of radical self-respect, and I use my experience with mental health, addiction, narcissistic abuse, trauma bonds, and I apply that to the true crime and current events. Not bad, Maureen, considering how low we were not that long ago. Miss, new here from Southeast Missouri. Why do they still have Annie's car if she's been cleared? You know, I don't know the answer to that question because I don't even know if they still have Annie's car. I know it was impounded, but I don't know if they got it back. Because that was in the beginning when they said Tommaso was a suspect. I don't know what's happened since then. I like your theory about night owls. I don't remember being made fun of when I was young, but I was the baby of the family, so maybe. Yeah, I don't think it's probably not the only reason for being a night owl. They say there's a genetic component of people that used to be the night watch for the tribes back in the day to protect the tribes from the saber-toothed tigers. And that would make sense. Also, there are people that have serotonin issues. So people that might be a little bit depressed, they feel better in the evenings because their serotonin's working better. But in the mornings, their serotonin is just a little off. And I can relate to that part of it too. I just feel better. As the day goes on, I feel better. In the mornings are rough. Mornings are rough for me. I don't like being social, but I get stronger as the day goes on. But I have heard that with the serotonin at nighttime, where certain people that have depression, their serotonin is more regulated at night. So they like staying up because they feel better at nighttime. I don't know. I like my sleep, though. I mean, I don't know what it would be like to not need sleep, because if I didn't need sleep, if I don't get enough sleep, I'm not the same person. I'm a crankopotamus. Thank you, Arlene. Welcome. And that's another good question, Marta. I don't know. But if I get anything less than 6 hours, I'm just miserable. So it's almost like a drug. Sleeping the right amount of time completely changes my mood. And not sleeping enough, I'm just miserable. So I don't know how Kat does it, by the way. Kat says, I'm always happy when I wake up, even though I'm a night owl. My ex would always be moody and bite my head off. Well, how long do you sleep at once, Kat? That's what I'll be curious about. Do you sleep for any longer than 2 to 3 hours at once? Because for those who don't know, Kat's in England. So when I start these things at 10 p.m., it's 4 a.m. where she is. And now where she is, it's 8:37 a.m. So how she does it, I don't know. But that's the dedication of the flock of black sheep there for you. There you go, Arlene. What did you used to do? Serotrexin and 5-HTP provide natural serotonin production support. Works wonders. Yes, I take serotonin. I take 5-HTP. Excuse me. But I would also say not all 5-HTP is created equally. That's true too. Certain brands are much better than others. GNC brand 5-HTP, for example, very strong. Spain's representing. I saw Scotland representing. Maine representing. I like to watch the sun rise and set. That's a day. That's a good one. They say it's best for a human's body to be able to be up with the sun and then sleeping when the sun goes down. That has certainly not been me, but they say that's one of the better ways to go. I find it to be the same way, Corey. I like my peace at nighttime. And I used to drive a cab too there, Detroit. I drove a cab at night. These guys with backpacks running around everywhere. Yeah. I drove a cab before Uber and Lyft became a thing, and that was super interesting. 632 on the likes. We're doing pretty good. Can we get to 700 here? Likes help cure my ailments, my skin lesions, my pneumonia. 7:30 a.m. Where are you, Maureen? You in England too? I think I knew this, actually. I take vitamin D. Vitamin D3 is one of my supplements. I'm the same way, Bunny. I'm just it takes me a while to get going. I should check that song out, Kat. I don't know if I have ever heard that one. You might have just introduced me to a new thing. How about that? Is she in the same time zone as you or no? Because Central European time is, I guess, 6 hours in front, right? But maybe you're both only 5 hours in front. Yeah, they say the K2 part's important with D3 CG, but I've never done the K2. I probably should, but I haven't. Yes, and thank you to Songbits and Livin for modding here in the chat. So Songbits is 1 hour behind me. It's 2:30 a.m. where I am now. Down by the seaside, as Robert Plant would say, where the boats go sailing. We're coming up on that time of the year. But also, before that time of the year, we're supposed to get another freaking 6 to 8 inches of snow where I am. Holy mackerel. Corey, I don't know where you are in the Eastern time zone, but that's where I am. And there's supposed to be 6 to 8 inches of snow, if not more, in New Jersey again. Crazy. We are still live. Or did I record this yesterday and you're hearing it play now? You'll never know. Which food or drinks? Which food and or drinks should we avoid if we don't want cancer? Probably high fructose corn syrup, sugar. That's probably one to avoid. Sometimes they say acidic things can help grow tumors, but I think it's better to be in good shape is a good protection. Even if it's just from going on walks. Walks is the most underrated exercise. Just like that. Exactly, Cap. Nope. I'm an East Coaster. I always say the meanest people in the world are from the East Coast. But perhaps I'm a little bit different than the East Coasters. That's why I'm the black sheep. Nothing like an evening walk on the beach in the UK. Yeah, you know why I avoid alcohol now, CG, is hangovers. As I got older, hangovers became a thing, so I just stopped. And that's where I'm from, Jennifer. Where were you from in South Jersey? I probably know it. Because I was Marlton. Vitamin shops probably do it. Someone says the Go Birds in the chat. Now my dad, he was from New England, so he told us to be fans of Boston teams too. Okay. That's like exit 47 off of 295. I feel better. I feel better without booze. You don't realize how much even just a little bit of booze impacts you until you stop. I don't even remember the last time I've had a drink. Yeah, that makes sense, Unwar. Yeah, nothing wrong with quitting drinking. Like I said, I'm not against booze, but I just don't do it very much. And I'll probably drink again at some point, and then I'll be quickly reminded why I don't. That's usually the next day I'll be reminded why I don't. That's usually how it goes. No, that'd be very bad, generic, right? What do you think the Eagles going to do next year? They're going to rebound off of this year? Jared's a great name. It's a name from the Bible, right? But all right. Anyway, about time to wrap this up here. If you're still here and you didn't like the video, what are you waiting for? Likes are free. And please subscribe to the channel if you're not already. Yes, football. That's why I didn't stream. I think one of the last times I took a night off was because of the Super Bowl. Yeah, you got it. Generic YouTube handle name. It's a good name. I like some pork roll and some cheesesteaks and some hoagies. Yeah, he might do better, Bake Cat, than some of them. He's the most popular bodyguard in town. All right, guys. Yeah, about time. 4-hour mark. Time to log off here. But Peach, Cat, Ellie, Jennifer, Generic YouTube, South Philly, Maureen. I was doing pretty good. 646. Not bad. The old Philly special. Philly. It's like, hey, Nick Foles is like, hey, how about Philly? Doug Peterson pause. Yeah, let's do it. All right, guys. Have a great night. Until tomorrow, I'll be back.